What's up, everyone? Hope you're having a wonderful evening, afternoon, wherever you may be. This is the ArunAnnow podcast coming to you live from Washington, D.C. It is 10:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have no idea why my voice is like this. I have no idea. I think it's literally because I just woke up. Hold on, I have to turn down the volume. Turn down the thing. Here you go. Why do you sound like Bane? I have no idea. I just woke up about half an hour ago. It's very sexy if that's any consolidation. Yeah, I know it is. I know. My morning voice, one of the things that originally, oh, fuck me. One of the things that originally propelled me was when people heard my voice, they're like, oh. So, that is my consolation, is when they heard my morning voice. All right. Let me see if I can't turn up the volume a little bit. I think Here. Here. Yo, what the fuck happened to your voice? I woke up. I just woke up. So my voice is like a little fucked up. Second puberty. This is my morning voice. Techie Lucas Sun said, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. What the fuck? What makes Mamdani and Modi very similar? What the fuck? Okay. I'm not watching today. That's stupid. That's very stupid. All right, folks. Here's what we have on the docket for today. We're gonna be talking about basically the Manar protests and the potential investigation into seeing whether there's oil in EELAM that the LANKA government wants to do, that the AKD government wants to do. There's a bunch of other stories that I want to cover. Another is the appointment of all Sinhalese people to the archaeology committee. Manakam boss. Manakam ji. Uri bode. Jane. Uri bode. Walke uri bode. Jane, என் பேர் அர்ஜுன் தாஸ். உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா? When I type oil EELAM, I get a wiki article on IEDs. I mean, it is true that the LTTE were the modern pioneers of suicide bombing. It is true. It is true that they are the modern pioneers of suicide bombing. When you are pushed to the extreme, when the entire world is against you, you're going to create new ways of defending yourself. Suicide bombing is one of them. That is just the way things are. Yes, the LTTE were famous for employing improvised explosive devices. Yes. But that is not what we were talking about today. We are talking about this article. 1 second. Come on, where is it? Fuck. One second. Where is it? Where's my post on the matter? Where's my post? Ah, here we go. This is what we'll talk about this. Sri Lanka to open tender for oil and gas exploration in Mannar Basin. Sri Lanka is set to invite international tenders for exploration and development licenses for oil and gas in the Mannar Basin. 66% of Mannar Basin lies within Sri Lankan waters, quote unquote, based on USGS basin boundaries and the maritime boundary with India. In these waters, the basin's recoverable fossil fuel resources are valued at $6.54 billion. Assuming we'll be talking about this, but they're looking for oil in EELAM. That's what they're doing. This is it. Like I told you, Lanka wants this land. They want this entire land. I've been talking about how they want Trincomalee Port, which is true. They want total access of Trincomalee Port. But as it turns out, they also want Mannar as well. And the pesky Tamils, the pesky EELAM Tamils, are getting in the way of that. All right? This is at the core of any settler colonial occupation and genocide. This is it. The nationalist rhetoric of, oh, these guys are invaders, you know, they're Hindus, they're barbarians, they're this, they're that, or in Palestine's case, they're Muslims, they're barbarians, whatever. You know, in Kashmir's case, oh, you know, these Muslim barbarians or whatever the fuck. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's smoke and mirrors. It's rhetoric. It's rhetoric. The rhetoric is very true in the sense that your average person gets absorbed, like they absorb that rhetoric and they start attacking people based on the hatred that they're indoctrinated into. That much is true, right? What I'm saying is the underlying cause of all of this, it comes back to land, baby. It comes back to capital, baby. That's the real reason for all this. Comes back to capital. It comes back to they want to exploit EELAM land, and the Ila Tamils are getting in the way by resisting. It comes back to location. This is exactly what I was saying. We'll talk about this in a second. But this is what I mean by that. There's another thing where I wanted to talk about Lanka and EELAM again. We'll load this up as well while we're at it. Sri Lanka appoints 19 Sinhalese to the Archaeology Advisory Committee in an environment where the heritage of historical sites in the north and east is claimed by Tamils as well as Sinhalese, and the Department of Archaeology is being accused of bias towards the Sinhala Buddhist narration. Yeah. There's always the off chance that, there's always the off chance that these Sinhalese guys are like the 19 Sinhalese people in the country that are of conscience. And they're like, oh, actually, we do need to preserve Tamil and Muslim artifacts or whatever the fuck. But based on Lanka's history, there's a good reason to believe that they're not. And they're specifically there to rewrite history. To say that EELAM always belonged to the Sinhalese, the Tamils are invaders, so on and so forth. Which makes, by the way, the JVP no different. The current ruling, Janata Vimukti Peramuna, no fucking different. This makes the Janata Vimukti Peramuna no different than the previous Lankan presidents, Lankan parties. This makes them no different. Why doesn't India bomb the shit out of Colombo to protect Sri Lankan Tamils? First off, they're not Sri Lankan Tamils. First off, they're not called Sri Lankan Tamils. Don't use that term. EELAM Tamils is what you're looking for. And then second of all, why doesn't India bomb the shit out of Colombo? Because India doesn't give a shit about EELAM Tamils either, man. In fact, this is actually good for India. You want to know why? Lanka occupying EELAM Tamils is actually good for India because it's actually good for India from the Indian state's perspective, because from their perspective, Tamil Nadu wants to break away. Now, that's not true. Tamil Nadu has long since abandoned any sort of separatist streak or whatever the fuck, right? Tamil Nadu people, we've completely abandoned that a long time ago, right? But India doesn't want to risk losing Tamil Nadu either. And also, India wants a piece of EELAM, right? We were just talking about this, right? One of the legal tenders that Lanka wants to give to is India. So this is not only beneficial for Lanka because they get the profits of it, but India gets to be involved in this. So, like, you're assuming that India actually gave a shit about EELAM Tamils to begin with. That's not true. And also, I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you understand what India actually did. Like, this is the level, like, India was involved in this, but they raped Tamils. India was involved in this, but they sexually assaulted Tamil children. Like, some of them committed suicide because of what the Indian government did. Like, there was one girl that was like it's because of India's intervention which made everything worse. India's the country, aside from Lanka, that committed war crimes directly against Tamils. And the LTTE retaliated by killing Rajiv Gandhi, right? It is unconfirmed that it was the LTTE, but let's be honest, it probably was. That's the official like situation. It is unconfirmed that the LTTE did it. Right? Technically, it's unconfirmed that the LTTE did it, but like let's fucking be honest here. It was the LTTE. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest for a second. It was the LTTE or it was someone sympathetic to the LTTE. It was someone sympathetic to the Tamil nationalist cause that assassinated Rajiv Gandhi. Let's be honest here. Like, India provided training for LTTE. Yeah, they did originally. Because Lanka was allied with the United States at that time. India was allied with the Soviets. The US had just built a Voice of America radio tower in Colombo to spy on India. So, India didn't like that Lanka was trying to spy on them and the Soviets. So, where can I read more about this? I just don't understand why India would switch from LTTE to SL. It's called the Indo-Lanka Peace Accord. What turned everything was the Indo-Lanka Peace Accord. Like, India was about, like you were describing, India was at one point about to bomb Colombo. They were about to do it. But they basically forced Lanka under Jayawardena to come to the negotiating table under the Indo-Lanka Peace Accord, to sign the Indo-Lanka Peace Accord. So that basically said, okay, India is not going to be involved in this anymore, and any militant groups that they help train have to stand down. And the LTTE refused to stand down. So India deployed the Indian peacekeeping forces to go put down the LTTE. And because IPKF couldn't put down the LTTE, they got angry and they decided to take they decided to take their anger out on Tamil civilians in Jaffna and elsewhere, mostly in Jaffna. It's because of India's intervention. Is there a Tamil name for Jaffna? It's called Yarpanam. Jaffna itself is a corruption of, it's the Portuguese or Dutch corruption of the name Yarpanam. Yarpanam. That's how you're supposed to say it. Yar is a like 3,000. Are you Indian or Ila Tamil? I'm Indian Tamil. I'm from Chennai. I'm Indian Tamil. The reason I know a lot about this is because I have EELAM Tamil friends. I have Ila Tamil friends. So that's the reason I know quite a lot about this. And I've actually read a lot of the research. I've read a lot of the books. Is there a Tamil name for Jaffna? This is it. Yarpanam. When Prabhakaran died, it was so bad of a mental state for many. The things done to his daughter and his son and others. And his son, I don't know what happened to his daughter, but I know his son was captured by the Lankan army and shot 5 times in the chest. And I saw that when I was a kid. If LTT is only demanding EELAM, then why India agree to all the conditions of the S of Sri Lanka without giving any benefit to EELAM? Because, again, it goes back to control of this land. India ultimately thought that it would be better for it to basically cooperate with Lanka in order to get deals on this land, on EELAM, than working with the EELAM Tamils directly, who they thought were fighting a losing battle. It's about hedging bets at the end of the day, and they hedged their bets with the Lankan government. And they won. They won that bet. Because everyone else was hedging their bet against the Lankan government. Or sorry, hedging their bet against the LTTE. It's evil? Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. I don't know. Anyways, we'll talk about that soon. We already divulged it. We already started working on it, or we started talking about it. We started talking about it already. But I'll talk about what I did last night before doing anything. So after stream, I literally just like kind of relaxed a little bit, and then I started playing Kirby Air Riders because the demo's out, and I might, depends on whether the Kirby Air Riders demo times EST. Let me see. Free test ride. Global test ride 2, Saturday, November 8th. Global test ride 3 takes place on Sunday, November 9th, but it starts in the early hours. Oh, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. EST. Okay, so we have until like 4 p.m. my time to basically play the test ride. Looks like. All right, anyways, the point that I'm trying to say. So I was playing Kirby Air Riders last night. You ever play? My thing is, have you ever been so tired that you can't even enjoy a game? Like Kirby Riders is a game where it's very chaotic. I mean, Kirby Air Ride and Kirby Air Riders is a game where it's extremely chaotic. Where, like, you can't, like, it's supposed to be insane, right? Like, it's supposed to be, like, wacky and everything's supposed to go all crazy, right? I was having, like, I was so tired, you can barely feel the fun. That's basically it. I was so tired last night. I could barely feel that I was having fun. You know what I mean? Like, it's a fun game, right? But I could barely feel it because I was that tired. Also, I reached out to what's his name? Megnod, to see whether what's Dr. Medusa would be able to whether we could talk about Assam, because I'd love to have her on to talk about Assam. Does that document say Democratic Socialist Republic of Lanka? Yes. Yes, that's the official name of the... Was that before Finn and Dude were on? No, this is after. What did you do last night to make you tired? No, I didn't do anything. The stream itself made me tired. Yes, the official name of Lanka is Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. I'm very surprised that Western leftists haven't latched on to the fact that it says Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and tried to be like, oh, well, actually, like, I'm surprised they haven't tried to latch on to the fact that it says socialist in the name or whatever. Wait, do you have any update on the Medusa collab? No, I just reached out to Megnod. I reached out to Megnod to see whether he could get me in touch with Medusa. Fingers crossed on Medusa collab. Is the structural and cultural subjugation of EELAM ongoing? Yes. Yeah, that's what this is. What I'm showing you is this. Bro, can know something how the LTTE can be formed? What? I don't know what you're asking. Bro, what the fuck? LTTE was a resistance org. It's a crime, probably. Yeah, man. I don't know what you want me to do. Yo, dude, did you see the Karnataka BJP guy getting smacked with an egg and then the photographer taking a pic at the right time? No, I did not see that. No, I did not see that. I did not see that at all. If the genocide is ongoing, why and who officially marked the end in 2009 after IPKF intervened? Did you see one Brazilian woman whose face was used for 32 voters? Yeah, no, we watched the whole thing from Rahul Gandhi yesterday. We did. We watched the whole thing from Rahul Gandhi yesterday. We watched the whole thing. When are you speaking to Taylor? And that will probably come out a week after the convo. The interview is set for Friday. So today's Sunday, right? So the interview is set for Friday. Is Lanka actually socialist in any shape or form in its economy? No, man. It was, dude. It's the first country in the subcontinent to liberalize its economy. What are you talking about? It is not socialist, not even remotely. Like it. The only thing that you could argue that Lanka had over every other country is that it has free public education, which India doesn't have, Pakistan doesn't have, Bangladesh doesn't have. It has basically the same thing that America does. That's what America has, by the way, for the record. So America, the great socialist country. I'm guessing here that using that socialist name to advertise themselves again. Yes. Yeah, because they're part of the global south. And if you want to look good in the global south, you say, all right, I'm socialist. That's it. That's how that shit works, right? India marketed, this is going to surprise a lot of you. India marketed itself as socialist. No, Sai, when am I speaking to Taylor? Friday. Friday is when I'm speaking to Taylor. So I'm assuming. Friday is when I speak to Taylor. So I'm assuming the video is going to come out on her channel, I think a week from that or something. I don't know. I don't know her release schedule. I don't know much about her. I think, here, let's go to Taylor Lorenz. I want to see what her release schedule is. And I don't know how, like, not this, Taylor Lorenz. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, so 4 days ago. So she has a pretty frequent release schedule, but I don't know how far back, like, the log goes. So this could be from, like, a couple weeks ago or some shit like that. Who knows? I don't know how her release schedule is. Actually, no. You know what it is? She was... Okay, to be fair, I mean, I'm sure she has to have an editor. There's no question. There's no way you can produce this kind of content this frequently without having an editor. That's crazy, right? There's no way she edits everything on her own, right? This is way too, how do you call it? This is way too frequent. The uploads are the cadence is way too tight for that. You know what I mean? But I don't know how far this one was basically this was on site. So they uploaded it like immediately. I don't know how far back this goes though. Because this takes a lot of research, right? Producing, maybe not this one, but like this, for example, takes a decent amount of research, I guess. Like, I mean, she had Larry Lessig on. He had Larry Lessig on. I don't know. I don't know how much time it takes to produce this kind of video. I'm assuming it takes a lot of time to produce this kind of video. Taylor Lorenz was the first to break the news about ICE using Israeli malware to spy on all of our phones. But yeah, she is going to watch the documentary, the docuseries. My only regret is that we don't have part 3 out for her to watch either. That's my only regret. My biggest fear is that Taylor is going to come out. My biggest fear about this entire situation is that Taylor is going to talk to me and think that the genocide is not ongoing. That's my biggest fear. And it's not that she's going to think it consciously, but whenever I talk to people, there's a subconscious idea that, oh, it's over. It doesn't, like, it's just what happens, right? People think it's done and dusted, right? Partially because I don't have part 3 out, right? I think it's partially because I do not have part 3 out. And that, again, that's part 3 is kind of time consuming to make because you just have to keep up with the news. Yeah, so this is when so yeah, this is when it's coming out. This is, I mean, I will let you know when it comes out. I'm going to be interviewed by her on Friday. Again, I said this yesterday on stream. I said this yesterday on stream, but I have a strong feeling that it's just not gonna. I hope it does well, but I hope it does really, really well. But unfortunately, at least my experience talking about EELAM is that it's just people don't give a shit about this. It's so fucking frustrating. I'm really happy you got the interview at least. Yeah, Taylor is awesome. I want to be perfectly clear about this. Taylor is awesome. Taylor's awesome. I reached out to her and I was like, hey, like, I would love for you to, you know, cover this. It would be, if it's awesome. And she's like, well, listen, I don't have like a large platform or anything. Taylor basically told me like, oh, I don't have a large platform, which she's being humble. But I'd be more than happy to have a look at this and then have you on to talk about this. I'm like, that is significantly more than others have done. So than my other colleagues have done. So all right, give me some fun video to start with. I have to go take a dump. Actually, we'll start with a Taylor Lorenz video. Why not?
We've built a political system where a couple hundred families are
we'll watch this. I mean, we're not going to watch the whole video because I got to go take a dump. I'll be right back and then we'll get to the news. Okay, bye. Be right back.
basically funding the most significant races in the nation right now, which means a couple hundred families have the power to veto anything our government is going to do that they don't want our government to do.
Back in 2010, two seminal court cases passed that basically created the entire corrupt political system that we have today, where billionaire-backed super PACs exert outsized influence on politics and erode our democracy. These two court cases are so influential. One is a Supreme Court case called Citizens United that you've probably heard a lot about. It was a Supreme Court decision in 2010 that ruled that corporations have a First Amendment right to spend unlimited amounts of money on independent PACs, as long as those PACs don't coordinate directly with candidates. The second case actually never reached the Supreme Court, but it was just as influential. It's called Speech Now versus the FEC, and it was a decision by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. That case challenged the federal limits on how much money individuals could contribute to PACs. So just to break it down further, Citizens United ruled on spending, basically saying, again, that corporations have a First Amendment right to spend unlimited amounts of money on PACs. Speech Now regulated contributions, or rather, failed to regulate contributions. The DC court ruled that imposing any contribution limits to political action committees would violate the First Amendment. This Speech Now ruling essentially paved the way for super PACs as we know it, even though the Supreme Court never directly reviewed or approved this expansion of political spending rights. So Citizens United says says, hey, corporations have a right to unlimited spending on super PACs. And Speech Now, not a Supreme Court decision, but a DC Circuit decision, says corporations can make unlimited contributions. And of course, all of this was under the pretense that these PACs, and soon to be super PACs, would never directly coordinate with campaigns or candidates or do anything unethical. But these two cases together created this massive loophole that gave birth to the concept of super PACs, and again has allowed billionaires to influence our political system ever since. So far, most of the efforts to dismantle the system have focused on Citizens United. There have been these grassroots efforts to overturn Citizens United. Josh Hawley, a super conservative member of Congress, has actually been one of the few lawmakers that has come out aggressively against Citizens United. And you often hear this cry from activists, overturn Citizens United, we have to get money out of politics. No one has been working harder to get money out of politics than Lawrence Lessig. He's an American legal scholar and political activist. He's extremely well known for fighting on behalf of average working people for free speech protections. He's been a professor at Stanford Law, Harvard, and most recently, he's been leading the charge on this very novel and unique scheme to fundamentally dismantle Citizens United through attacking that other court case in the district court, Speech Now. Because Citizens United is not getting overturned anytime soon, I think that Larry Lessig's campaign and this interesting legal framework that he's building with a lot of really fascinating people like Mark Cuban and others on board is probably the best chance that we'll ever have in this generation to permanently remove billionaire influence over our political system. So I wanted to have him on to explain all of this, really break down the laws that he's challenging, how he plans to make these legal arguments, and talk about why this legal fight is one of the most important legal fights of our time. So without further ado, here's our conversation. Hi, Larry. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Taylor.
All right. So to start off, can you explain what super PACs are? I feel like we hear about them so much in the media. What are these things and how have they affected our political ecosystem?
Well, they're evil. That's all one has to say about them. So what a super PAC technically is a political action committee that can accept contributions of any size. So unlike a campaign, which is limited in the size of the contribution they can accept, or a political action committee that coordinates with a campaign, which is also limited in the size of the contribution it can accept. Because of this really embarrassing to the law mistake made by a lower federal court 15 years ago, independent political action committees are free to accept contributions of unlimited size. And we've seen contributions of more than $1 billion to these independent political action committees. And so that's what a super PAC is.
So as you mentioned, super PACs have had just sort of this devastating effect on our political environment. Can you go into a little bit of detail on how they were created? It seems like they're very much like a modern phenomenon.
Yeah, and an accident. They were created 3 months after the Supreme Court decided a very different case, a case called Citizens United versus FEC. And the question in Citizens United was whether a corporation could spend unlimited amounts of money promoting or opposing a political candidate. In that case, it was a corporation trying to promote a film that attacked Hillary Clinton. And so federal law at that time limited the amount that a corporation could spend independently from a campaign. And what the Supreme Court said was, well, look, the only legitimate basis for limiting political speech is the risk of corruption, something I call quid pro quo corruption, this for that corruption. And if the speech is independent, meaning the candidate doesn't coordinate at all with the campaign, then there's no risk of quid pro quo corruption. Or put it the other way around, if there's a quid pro quo, if there's a deal, then the speech is not independent. And if it's not independent, it's illegal to spend that amount of money supporting a campaign because you're capped in the amount you can give to a campaign. So the court said, if the speech is independent, then, quote, by definition, there's no risk of corruption, so therefore there can't be any limit on the amount of speech. That was Citizens United. 3 months later, the DC Circuit had to address a related question, and the question was, okay, if you can spend unlimited amounts of money, can you give unlimited amounts of money to a committee that is going to spend that money? And the DC Circuit said, well, if there's no legitimate interest for limiting the spending, there can't be any legitimate interest for limiting the contribution, so therefore the limits on the size of contributions to independent political action committees are unconstitutional. And that gave us super PACs.
Got it. And that second case was called
We're live. We're live. Ongoing occupation of EELAM. Appointment of and the appointment of Sinhalese judges. Occupation of EELAM. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Copy image. Stupid question, but when you say EELAM, how do you say the L part of it? Okay, so I don't think I ever clarified this. So the L in EELAM is the same L that is in Tamil. It's the same letter, right? So, you know, whenever I speak in English, I'll often say Tamil or Tamil instead of Tamil. Tamil is how you're supposed to say it, right? I say EELAM as a way of telling you guys how to say it in English, but the way I say it is either Ira Tamil or Ira Tamil. It's a sound. So it's Iram. Iram is how you say it. That L is sometimes written as ZH, but I don't want people going around saying Ijam. This is not how you say that either. Like people will see the ZH. People will see the ZH and be like, oh, it's Ijam. Right? No, that's not how you say it. It sounds like how the R is pronounced in the American accent. Yes. If you can speak with an American accent, it is literally how you say it like it's almost exactly how you say it like an R in an American or Irish accent. So it's Iram. Iram is how you say it, actually. Iram is how you're supposed to say it. But Ilam, like Ila Tamils will say Ulam because the way Tamil is spoken on the island is actually quite different. Like it's Ragaram. Yeah, it's the Ragaram letter in Tamil. But in on the island, Ila Tamils will say, so like we'll say Marundu for medicine. Marundu Sabri. Right. First off, on that island, they won't say Marundu, especially in Jaffna, they won't say Marundu. They'll say Kulusa. Say Kulusa. But Kulusai. But the way you would pronounce Marundu is Merundu. Verum. Verum is, to us, Verum is Verum. Verum. Verum is like only in the way we say it in Tamil. Like in Indian Tamil, rather. The way Ila Tamils say, when they say Verum, it's actually the way we say Varum. Like it'll come. So the way we say it'll come in Indian Tamil is Varum, which is typical of what you would expect of Indian languages, right? Kulusai. Kulusai. It's not Kurusai, it's Kulusai. I don't know what la it is. I don't know which one it is. So the thing is, Ila Tamils will often not say Iram. Tamil Iram. No. Rajita Rose, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. The tongue is not supposed to touch your palate at all. That's actually incorrect. That's la. That's a different letter. That's a different letter. So that is var. Var. Like that's the letter that's how you say sword in Tamil. Var. R is how you say like man. Like or like alum. I'm saying just that. No, that's wrong. I'm saying that what you just said is wrong. That is incorrect. No. The L is the L that you're supposed to say there is different. It's Tamariram. Tamariram is how you're supposed to say it. Like Iram is how you're supposed to say it. It's Ra. But because of the way Tamil is pronounced in, like the way Tamil is spoken on the island, like they'll say like Marinde instead of Marinde, Verum versus Varum. The tongue doesn't touch the palate. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's not supposed to touch the palate at all. It's Ra. Hold on, let me find the consonant. Let me find the consonant for you. This is how you're supposed to say it. Hold on. Telugu used to have that. Telugu used to have that letter. Da is close, yes. And in a lot of languages, like Telugu, for example, where Telugu used to have Ra, it changed into that letter, Da. So like 70 in Telugu used to be Repadi. It used to be Repadi at one point. But because of, time changing and all that shit, it changed. Repadi became Debhai in Telugu. It used to have that letter at some point. Wait. IPA, where is it? Where is it? This is it. This is it. This is the letter. This is it.
Ra. Ra.
This is how you're supposed to say it. Ra. Ra. Aram is how you say it in Malayalam. Like Aram is depth. Depth. Tamir is how you're supposed to say it. Again, it's not like a big deal. That's why like people say like EELAM, Tamil, like it's not a big deal if you can't say it. Like it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's not a big, like I use duh when I say EELAM, that's the closest sound I can make. Yeah, that's not a bad. EELAM is not the worst thing you can do. That's actually like EELAM is not the worst thing. Like it's not the worst thing you can do. No, it's an R, man. No. You make an R sound. It's very close to the English R, to the American R sound. No, it is the R sound in certain English dialects or whatever. Apparently, it is an R sound. But in Tamil, it's not considered an R sound. It's not considered a rhotic sound. It's considered an L sound. In American English, it is considered an R sound. It's considered an R-like sound, but in Tamil, it's considered like an L sound. Just don't ask me why any of this shit is the way it is. Okay, don't ask me. I don't know any of this shit. Okay. I can just read the language. I can write the language. I can speak the language. I don't fucking know why it's the way it is. Okay. Don't ask me any of that shit. Just don't ask me like why. Why does Tamil do this? I don't fucking know. I just know the language, man. I just go to restaurants and get good food. Like that's it. That's the whole point. Bro, I go to like Tamil restaurants, and I speak to the guy in Tamil. Is like, bro, okay, I got you, discount, boom. No, they don't give me discounts. They don't give me discounts for speaking Tamil. They're like, nah, get the fuck out of here. What I do is whenever I go to like a Tamil restaurant, I do speak to the owner. And we just like, so some restaurants will have like a bar. Some restaurants will have like a bar depending on the restaurant. I'll just sit at the bar, eat my shit, and then talk to the owner while he like gives us drinks and shit. Like he'll just give me like a beer. I'm like, all right, what's up, dude? Like, what's going on? How's Kalayar Koil? How's Karagudi? Karagudi எப்படி இருக்கு? I'll be like, Karagudi எப்படி இருக்கு? எப்படி போகுது? ஊர் எப்படி இருக்கு? I won't even say Karagudi. I'll say ஊரு. ஊரு எப்படி இருக்கு? Like, I'll be like, how's your, hometown? How's your family? That sort of shit. Uncle shit. I'll just go to Tamil restaurants and do unk shit. Okay. Yeah, they don't give me that shit. They do not give me they don't give me like German Wikipedia site for EELAM said it's even though it's pronounced as No, it is okay, they're not entirely wrong either because oftentimes is pronounced with la. So sometimes instead of EELAM, instead of pronouncing it as EELAM, lots of Tamils will pronounce it as EELAM, including me. I do like all I know is how to say machan. Do not ever call. Okay, if you ever go to a Tamil restaurant, do not ever call the owner. Most Tamil restaurant owners they're the age of our fathers. They're like 40, 50, 60-year-olds. Do not ever go to a Tamil restaurant and call them machan. They will be like, hey, Mariyadeyoda pese. Hey, yaarta pesara? Like they'll be like, hey, what? Machana, day. Hey, yaarta pesara? Hey. They'll do not do that. Call them Anna. I don't call them, dude. I don't call them Anna either, man. They're like, bro, they're 50. I call them sir. I'll call them Aya or I'll call them sir. I don't, they're like double my age, man. Why the fuck would I call them Anna, man? That's crazy. I call them like Aya. Aya. Dude, they're 50, man. I'm like only 30. Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to call them Anna, man. That's crazy. In Tamil Nadu, everyone is Anna. No. Like, I know. In Chennai, everyone is Anna. I know that. But in the US, it's weird, okay? It's very weird. It's very weird. Once they come to America, they're all uncle, 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 uncle. Can't call them mama. Yeah, you can't call them mama, but I call them like uncle. எப்படி இருக்கு uncle? Uncle. Uncle, எப்படி போகுது? Uncle. Yeah, I say uncle. I like it's just that the dynamics of it is a little bit different. G, yeah, no. Boss and G is also common. No. So when I talk to my coworkers, I call him boss G. G, எப்படி போகுது? இல்ல இப்போ இந்த புல் ரிக்வெஸ்ட்ல ஒரு இஷ்யூ வந்துருச்சு, ஒரு பிரச்சனை வந்துருச்சு. இது போய் பாருங்க ஜி. Like I don't think I'll say a little bit of inside baseball. I talk 70% of my work day is in Tamil. Much of my work day, maybe like 50%, 50 to 70% of my work day is communicated in Tamil. Is almost entirely communicated in Tamil. I speak in Tamil most of the time I'm at work. Wait, for real? Yes. Yes. Yeah, I speak in Tamil most of the time. When I'm at work, when I'm talking to... Yeah, because we're like... Yeah, because one of my coworkers is from Chennai. He's a Chennai guy. So we'll be like, G, இந்த புல் ரிக்வெஸ்ட் போய் பாருங்க ரொம்ப ரொம்ப காண்டாவுது ரொம்ப இந்த புல் ரிக்வெஸ்ட்ல ஏதோ சரியில்லை ஜி போய் பாருங்களேன் like I'll be like that's the way we just like talk. It's just like we just talk like that most of the time. So most of my work is in, like, I work in Gand Ethified Gand Samma Gand out the G. Like that's a common phrase. I'll be like, Ayyo Samma Gand out the G. Gandhi ஏத்துட்டே இருக்கு காண்டி ஏத்துனே இருக்காங்கவா. Like I'll be like காண்டி ஏத்துனே இருக்காங்கவா ஜி ஐயோ ஜி. G is such a Chennai thing. Dude, I know it is. Yeah, but he's from Chennai, dude. I used to not speak. இதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் Chennai slang பேசினதே கிடையாது. I don't normally speak in Chennai slang. I don't speak in... No, Ganda means like anger. It's like irritation. No. Like, how do I say it? Before interacting with him, I had less Chennai slang in my Tamil. I used to have less Chennai slang. And I still speak in like quasi Madurai accent. Like I'll still like basic day yeah. Like I'll say shit like that. Yeah, because I can't go to work and be like Mapla. I can't go to work and call him like Mapla. I used to say G when I was in Chennai too. Dude, G, gone out the boss. Boss, the PR போய் பாருங்க. Pull request போய் பாருங்க. இந்த pull requestல எல்லா கோடையும் ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணியாச்சு. இருக்கக்கூடாது. Like the bug line இருக்கக்கூடாது. Like I'll be speaking into... Why do South Indian words sound like slurs in Hindi? Dude, I'm guessing you're Telugu, aren't you? You're Telugu, right? You have a word that literally means whore in Hindi. You have a word that literally means whore in Hindi. Yeah, Randi. Yeah. You have a word that means whore in Hindi. Randi does not mean whore in Telugu, by the way. Randi means come in. It means vanga. Randi means vanga. That's what that means. Randi means vanga. Vangla. That's what that means. But Randi means whore in Hindi. No, it literally means vanga. That's how you say it in Tamil. Randi. Cheppandi. Cheppandi. Ela unnaru. Like that. Ela unnaru. Like that. Is used a lot. A Hindi guy would lose his mind. Exactly. Oh man, but yeah, most of my workday is communicated in Tamil, and that too in Chennai Tamil. Most of my workday is like, hey, Gandhi Adhigari Gandhi ஏத்துட்டே இருக்காங்க ஐயா. ஏத்துனே இருக்காங்கவா ஐயா, என்ன பண்றதுன்னு தெரியாது. சும்மா ஜி என்ன நடக்க போகுதுன்னு தெரியாது. ஐயோ. And then he'll respond like, எனக்கும் தெரியாது ஜி. எனக்கும் தெரியாது ஜி. It'll just be back and forth. Like we'll just be like speaking to each other back and forth. That's it. That's basically my work day. It is mostly in Tamil. We also have other South Indians that just speak Tamil. Like The lingua franca of the lingua franca is Tamil. That's just it. Why does Hindi have such vile swear words like sister fucker and other words? No, we have those too, man. No. Word for benchod in Tamil is wakali. We have that. Bro, we have that in Tamil. It's wakali. Wakawari. We have that word too. We have a word for sister fucker, man. What do you mean? Every language has one. What do you mean? What do you mean? We have even worse words. Exactly. What the fuck do you mean? Like we have wakali, wamawali, like Tayoli. Tayoli is like relatively like, bro, what do you mean? I'm sure Telugu has swear words too. Like, what do you mean? Bro, I'm sure it's just misogyny across the board. Bro, sometimes we call each other dog pussies. What do you mean? We call each other dog cunts. What do you mean? Smelly dog cunts. What do you mean? Bro, that's just how swear words work, man. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? They're called swear words for a... What word is that? Nara naipunda. Nara naibunda. Nara nai kudi. It's 3 words, but whatever. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, just say, bro, no, go on. No, all you need to do is go to a Telugu. Bro, all you need to do to get Telugu swear words is go to a Telugu dominant like Instagram post and put Ambedkar. All you need to do one of 2 things, okay? You need to go to a Telugu dominated Twitter space or a Telugu dominated Instagram space. And you put Ambedkar, that's one of them. Or the other thing is you put Periyar, or you put anything Tamil. You put anything praising any Tamil figure, you will have all the swear words you need. That's all you need. That's all you need. You either post anything praising Tamil Nadu or you put anything praising Ambedkar, boom. You'll have all of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana on your ass. That's it. You will immediately learn every single swear word in the Telugu language. That's all you need to learn. That's all you need to do. Either praise Tamil Nadu, say anything good about Tamil Nadu, or say anything good about Ambedkar. It's over. It's over. That's it. That's all you need to do. Just say Varga Tamil and they'll be like, I need bonda, like ni bonda poindi. I don't know Telugu swear words. I don't know what that is. What is a S tier Tamil swear? Swear? Wamala. Is there some superiority complex there? No, it's okay. It goes back to Andhra people being more Sanskritized than Tamil Nadu. That's what it is. Andhra people are significantly more Sanskritized. They're more Brahminical than the folks in Tamil Nadu are. They've been, because a lot of the UCs in Andhra Pradesh, they've been Sanskritized for a very, very long time. Much longer than in Tamil Nadu. Or Kerala for that matter. Right? Most of the castes in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, Kerala has like one extremely Sanskritized caste, and that's the Nayars, right? Nayars are the one non-Brahmin Sanskritized caste that's crazy, right? In Tamil Nadu, you don't really have anything like that, right? You don't really have a Sanskritized caste in that same way. But in Andhra Pradesh, what? You have Kama, you have what? Naidu, you have Reddy. Lots of like different Sanskritized castes in Andhra Pradesh. Velama. Nayar, yeah. Nayar is how you spell it. Nayar. I mean, it can also be spelled like that. Nayyar. Nayar. But yeah, most of my day. No, you joke, but I legit thought Zoran's mom. You joke. I thought Zoran's mom was Malayali. I legit thought Zoran's mom was Malayali instead of Punjabi. I thought Zoran's mom was Malayali, and I thought Kunal Nair was also Malayali. I thought he was a Malayali guy. I didn't know he was a Delhi guy. I was like, I didn't know you guys have Nairs up north too. He's a good filmmaker. Has to be Malayali. No, her name. I got tripped up by her name, Meera Nair. That's Meera Nair is 1000% the most Malayali name I've ever heard. Like I probably know of a Meera Nair somewhere in America. I probably know someone named Meera Nair that is from Trivandrum. Probably. Or that is from like Kollam or something. Probably know of a Meera Nair that is from like Kochi. That is the most Malayali name I've ever heard. Bro, I'm a Punjabi guy named Iqbal. Okay, that's not surprising. Dude, that's not surprising, bro. Dude, lots of Punjabi dudes have Arabic names. That's not surprising. Lots of Sikh dudes have Arabic origin names. That's not surprising. That's the least surprising thing I've heard. That's just like, it's because Punjabi doesn't feel like, it's because like Punjabis don't have this weird obsession with, especially Sikh people don't have this weird obsession of like not naming their kids Arabic names. Like Arabic or Farsi origin names. It's because Sikhs don't have that like Sikhs don't have that kind of like they don't have that obsession like a lot of other like North Indians do. Like if you name your kid an Arabic name, that means they're Muslim. Like they don't have that thing in their head. Actually, to be fair, South India has that shit too, to be fair. To be fair, South India also has that shit. It is segregated by name. If you have an Arabic origin name, then it probably means you're Muslim, right? In South India. Hindu dudes have like, in Tamil Nadu, Hindu guys either have native Tamil names or they have Sanskrit names. Like I have a Sanskrit name, completely Sanskrit name, right? Christians in Tamil Nadu will have both. They'll have like Sanskrit and English names. So like you'll have like, what's his name? Well, Wilbur Sadgunaraj is a great example. Wilbur Sadgunaraj. This guy, Sadgunaraj. Mr. Superstar. Hold on, let me follow him. This is the greatest. Who? Only the real ones know. Only no. Only the real ones know who Wilbur Sargunaraj is, okay? Only the real ones know who this guy is, okay? Only real ones understand who our Lord and Savior Wilbur Sargunaraj is, okay? Okay, only Tamil dudes / Indian dudes grown up in like the 2000s and like 2010s. Yeah. Only us people will realize who this guy is, okay? He's a gem. He's Tamil Nadu's greatest export, okay? Wilbur Sargunaraj is easily Tamil Nadu's best export by far. He is, if I would be okay with Wilbur Sargunaraj being Tamil Nadu's ambassador, okay? If this is the one guy that represented Tamil Nadu on the world stage, yes. Cool. I'm cool with this. I want a love marriage. Don't want arranged marriage. Yappadio. Ay, ayo. Yappadio. Ay, ayo. Mommy, daddy, I want a love marriage. Dude, this guy, he's criminally underrated, man. Only 9,000 followers. Oh shit, it's that guy? Yes, it's him. Yeah, man, it's this guy. I'm telling you, he's a legend. He's a legend. Dude, only real ones understand Wilbur Sargunaraj, okay? Only real ones understand this guy. Only real ones understand this guy, okay? He is the greatest musician. Well, okay, he's not the greatest musician. He is one of the greatest musicians after Ilayaraja and Chinnavai and Periyabai and all that. He's one of the greatest independent musicians to come out of Tamil Nadu, okay? He's one of the greatest independent musicians to come out of Tamil Nadu. Okay, after this, we will actually cover the news, okay? I promise you. Dude, come on. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Quality, first class. Sargunaraj trademark. Come on, man. Come on. Global superstar Wilbur Sargunaraj. Is Wilbur the Tamil Venu Malay? No, Venu Malayesh. No, Venu Malayesh has a different. Venu Malayesh has a so cheesy. No. I will not tolerate Wilbur slander on this channel. I will not tolerate any Wilbur Sargunaraj slander on this channel. This is high art. You do not understand. You peons do not understand. Bro, I want him to make a logo like this for me. Instead, like one of my YouTube thumbnails or whatever also, by the way, this is not lost. Like this, when I said like Zoran Mamdani's entire thing is based off of this, or it's based on this style, I wasn't wrong. I was absolutely not wrong. Then make that logo, Arun. I don't know graphic design like that. What do you mean? I don't know how to make this.
About cricket, we've talked about Chicken 65, and we ran out of time before we have to go to commercial break. There's actually a song on your album called
Chicken 65.
Chicken.
Amma,
Pasikide. That's not the Tamil name. It's like Mummy, I am hungry. Appa, pasikide means Daddy, I am hungry as well.
All right. Do you need your iPod for this? Are you gonna rock this one?
Yes, I will start it.
Okay. Wilbur Sargunaraj. This is Chicken 65. Take it away.
Yepla. Yo, the Madurai slang is out. Yepla. Yepla. ஒரு இடத்துல Oh my God. That is, wow. Madre slang is out. Holy shit.
பாளையத்துல ஒரு சூப்பர் கடை இருக்கு. அதுல சிக்கனை நல்லா ரோஸ்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. நம்ம
அந்த சிக்கனை செம்ம ரோஸ்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க.
போய் இன்னைக்கு நைட் அங்க சாப்பிடுவோம். வெரி குட் வெரி குட்.
Jamaica and had the jerk chicken.
I've been to
Beijing and had a duck.
I've been to the Italy, had a little pizza, searching for the perfect dish but had no luck. First class meat, it's such a treat. Eating chicken 65 on a Madurai street. First class meat, it's such a treat. Eating chicken 65 on a Madurai street. Have you ever had the sushi in Japan? Well, I've tried shawarma from the Middle Eastern land. I've had the best burger in America, but the chicken 65 is the best by far. First class meat, it's such a treat. Eating chicken 65 on a Madurai street. First class meat, it's such a treat. Eating chicken 65 on a Madurai street. Tamil Nadu style koli roast is a very very good meals, very good delicacy. Very good. Chicken 65. Chicken 65.
I told you, you only real ones know who this person is. Did you miss the new segment? No, we haven't started it yet. We haven't started it yet, no. No, you did not miss the new segment. We're waiting for a little bit more people to trickle in. Hi, dude, I would love for him to come on, man. Good luck, bracelet. This is my ringtone. Dude, he's does he make music? Dude, he's going on tours and shit, man. What do you mean? Wilbur sir. Adapavila. Yeah. Anna. This is relatively recent. I love my bunny chow.
This song's about a curry, not bunnies that are a furry. It comes from Durban City. This bunny is so pretty. Very good, very good. I love my bunny chow. South African food. I love my bunny chow. So tasty, very good. I love my bunny chow. More curry on my bread. I love my bunny chow. You want some? Go ahead. Boing, boing, boing. Put the bunny in the belly. Boing, boing, boing. I love my bunny chow. Boing, boing, boing. Put the bunny in the belly. Boing, boing, boing. I love my bunny chow. You must eat it with your hand. The best dish in the land. The bunny is so yummy. It's hopping in my tummy. So tasty, tasty.
I love my bunny chow.
South
So tasty.
African food. I love my bunny chow. So tasty, very good. I love my bunny chow. More curry on my bread. I love my bunny chow. You want some? Go ahead.
Boing, boing, boing.
Put the bunny in the belly. Boing,
Boing, boing.
I love my bunny chow. Boing,
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 boing.
Put the bunny in the belly.
Boing, boing, boing.
I love my bunny chow. Lamb, chicken, beans, veg. Have it all in half a bread. Lamb, chicken, beans, veg. Have it all in half a bread. I love my bunny chow. South African food.
I have lungi pants. I have these. The only problem is I need lungi pants so bad. I have lungi pants. I have his lungi pants actually. The only problem is the largest lungi pants that he sells don't fit me. Like they're extremely tight. They're extremely tight. So if like he sold lungi pants that were slightly bigger, I would wear them more often. I'd be wearing lungi pants every day. But I would be wearing this every day. Just take lungi material to a tailor. Dude, bro. மறந்துட்டீங்களா? I don't live in India, man. அதெல்லாம் முடியாது. அதெல்லாம் பண்ண முடியாது. Yeah. Did you forget? I don't live in India. I can't do that. I have to. That's all. I have to. Who tailors that shit? No, I can't. I mean, India, you can get anything tailored relatively cheap. There aren't custom tailors there. They don't know what to do with lungi cloth, man. They've never. Most tailors here, dude. The tailors here are for suits. They're for suit pants, man. They're not for this. They're not for like lungis. They're not for kailis, man. The only the tailors here, you have to pay like $7,000 to like $70,000 to get a custom suit. That's it. Like they don't. That's the only kind of tailors that exist in America. Like you can't just take here's the thing. You can't make pants bigger.
I love my bunny chow. So tasty, very good. I love my bunny chow. More curry on my bread. I love my bunny chow. You want some? Go ahead.
Boing, boing, boing.
Put the bunny
In my belly. Boing, boing, boing.
I love
My bunny chow. Boing, boing, boing. Put the bunny in my belly. Boing, boing, boing. Love my bunny chow. Bunny chow. So food. Bunny chow. So very good.
Curry on my bread. I love my
Bunny chow.
You want some? Go ahead. I love my bunny chow.
This does look very good, though. This looks very good. All right. Let's start talking about EELAM again, okay? All right, let's start talking about EELAM, okay? Sri Lanka to open tender for oil and gas exploration in the Mannar Basin. Okay, so before this, let's talk about what's been happening in Mannar, right? So let's talk about the protests in Mannar, shall we? Where is it? Okay, so let's talk about what's been happening in Mannar. So Mannar has been, so in Mannar, people in general, so Mannar is in EELAM, right? Mannar is this island that juts off into the west. Like this is Mannar. This little island right here that juts off into the west, right? That's Mannar. Okay? This is Mannar. Okay? So this is Mannar. So in Mannar, following incessant protests by the people of Mannar, I've covered this back and forth. Mannar is Muslim plurality or Tamil plurality. Tamil majority, Muslim plurality. Is overwhelmingly majority Muslim. It's overwhelmingly Tamil. Overwhelmingly Tamil. It's 80% Tamil. It's majority, 80% Tamil, right? But in Mannar, you had people basically from all different walks of life, not just Tamils, that were protesting wind power projects. They were protesting a renewable energy source. We talked about this on the stream a little while back. The thing is, even the perspective that I had on this is, even if the project is good, right? Even if the project is supposed to be good, which there's no conclusive evidence that it wouldn't damage the local ecology there, right? Building wind power turbines, there's no conclusive evidence that it wouldn't damage the local ecology there, right? But let's assume that it didn't, right? Given LANKA's history of literally doing whatever the fuck they've wanted to do to the Tamils for 80 years, literally rounding up Tamils and raping them, I don't think imposing something on their land is a good idea. And so that's why Mannar protested, right? That's why Mannar protested, because this is, again, another imposition of, this is greenwashing. This is a greenwashing. This is a case of greenwashing. 3 wind power projects have been planned on Mannar Island, which have been identified as an area of high wind power potential, according to the Renewable Energy Resource Project plan for the island. Out of these projects, the operational activities of the Thambapavani wind power plant, one of the aforementioned projects, commenced in year 2021. The start of the operations for the Windscape Mannar Private Limited 20 megawatt wind project and Haley's Fenton's 50 megawatt wind project is planned for December 2025 and 2026, respectively. Taking into consideration the matters forwarded by the public regarding the environment and social issues that have arisen due to these projects, His Excellency the President has informed the relevant authorities not to implement the wind project without the consent of the people living in Mannar Island. It has been decided to provide the consent of the Cabinet of Ministers to take action accordingly after informing the Cabinet of Ministers by the Minister of Power and Energy about the notification from His Excellency the President. Now, this seems like good news. This seems like good news on first glance. Wait, hold on a second. What is your source for suggesting these projects will be halted, Mira Srini? Economy Next has reported that 3 exceptions will be made, including the 3 private projects that people have been protesting and that are listed in the image you shared. Actually, this is incorrect, right? So you look further into what's going on here. This is actually not true. First off, this is actually not true. Those three wind power projects that Mira just said we're not going to go through, that's going to go through anyways, right? This is actually not true. So this is already misleading to begin with, right? This seems like good news, but it's actually not true to begin with. So that's number one. The second thing is, One, all 3 wind power projects are going to happen. But the other thing that's important to realize is that alongside that, it looks like Lanka, under Anurakumar Dissanayake, wants to investigate oil and gas in Mannar Basin. So not only are they trying to exploit Mannar for wind power, right, which they're proceeding with, it looks like they are also going to investigate Mannar Basin for oil and gas. Sri Lanka is set to invite international tenders for exploration and development licenses for oil and gas in the Mannar Basin. The government has sought to expedite the process. Previously, they had announced that they would invite tenders for a consultancy to manage the international bidding process, but have instead decided to proceed directly with exploration and development licenses. Lanka has gazetted a national policy on natural gas in September 2020, outlining strategies to create domestic demand and providing operators with options to commercialize offshore gas. In addition, the Petroleum Resources Act No. 21 of 2021 was introduced to regulate exploration and production activities. The Mannar Basin straddles Sri Lankan and Indian waters and has only been explored by a handful of wells. The Lankan portion of Mannar Basin's proven petroleum resources remains undeveloped and underexplored, with only 5 exploration wells drilled into the northern part of the basin. In 2011, Cairn Lanka Private Limited drilled Barracuda and Dorado wells and discovered 2 natural gas fields in Upper Cretaceous clastic beds. Cairn departed the undeveloped fields in 2015, declaring them not commercially viable. In 2012, USGS published a geologically based assessment of undiscovered, technically recoverable conventional petroleum resources, which included Mannar and Kaveri basins. Lanka Basin was not assessed due to lack of geologic data. USGS assessment is a petroleum system-based analysis and part of a project to estimate technically recoverable petroleum resources for priority basins worldwide. If table 1 shows the estimated USGS means volumes for crude oil, NGL, and natural gas in Mannar Basin. The study's estimate of the basin's ultimate resource value is based on crude oil and NGL at $70 for BBL. I don't know what BBL means. And natural gas at 1120 MBPTU. I don't know what MBPTU means either, which represents conservative spot and market average prices for several years. What is BBL? A barrel. Okay, so $70 a barrel. So the study's estimate of the basin's ultimate resource value is based on crude oil and natural gas at $70 a barrel. $1 million British thermal units. Okay, got it. 1 million British thermal units. Got it. Which represents conservative spot market average prices for several years. About 66% of Mannar Basin lies within Lankan waters based on USGS basin boundaries and the maritime boundary with India. In these waters, the basin's recoverable fossil fuel resources are valued at $6.54 billion, assuming 5% of the resources are undiscovered and economically producible. The estimate may be conservative if the petroleum system contains suspected but unproven source rocks and traps. Sri Lanka's climate risk. A report published by the World Bank in partnership with the Asian Development Bank outlines the climate risk associated with Sri Lanka if emissions are not curbed to keep global temperature rises below the Paris Climate Agreement designated 1.5 degrees. It was noted in the report that, quote, Sri Lanka faces a significant threat from extreme heat, with the number of days surpassing 35 degrees Celsius, potentially rising from a baseline of 20 days to do more than 1,000 days by the end of the century under emissions pathway RCP 8.5. The RCP 8.5 emission scenario is generally referred to as, quote unquote, business as business as usual, suggesting that it is a likely outcome if no efforts are taken to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Extreme heat threatens human health and living standards, particularly outdoor laborers in areas without adequate cooling systems. The report notes that extreme heats will, quote unquote, particularly impact communities in Lanka's northern region. The projected changes are expected to impact Sri Lanka's poorest and most marginalized community. Okay. What is the main takeaway of this? What is the main takeaway of this? The number one main takeaway of this is exactly why EELAM remains under occupation. That's the number one takeaway. This is one of a handful of reasons why, one of many reasons why EELAM remains under military occupation. This is why. This is why EELAM remains under military occupation. This is it. This is why. Because, as we've just found out, it looks like there is oil to be found underneath Mannar. Oil and natural gas fields under Mannar Basin. So when I was talking about why EELAM was under occupation, for the longest time, I cited Trincomalee Harbor because Trincomalee Harbor is one of the deepest natural harbors in the world, which means, by the way, you can park any form of ship, like however big a ship you want. Cruise liner, large military ship, doesn't matter. You can park it in Trincomalee Harbor and have it fly anywhere. Right? You can park entire military ships there and you're fine. Right? That's why Trincomalee Harbor is extremely valuable. Right? Another reason why it's valuable is it's in the middle of the Indian Ocean. This entire island is in the middle of the Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean connects countries like Somalia, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Eritrea, all the way with Indonesia and Malaysia and Australia. Actually. It's the Indian Ocean is one of the most, it is probably the most vibrant maritime trade network in the world, the Indian Ocean trade. It is probably the most vibrant maritime trade network in the world. And Lanka, EELAM and Lanka sit in the middle of it. For thousands of years, this island was valuable. And it continues to remain valuable for the exact same reason. But now, on top of Trincomalee Harbor and the island's location, you have Mannar Island. Apparently, also, you have Mannar and the Mannar Basin potentially having lots of oil and natural gas resources. So, what we are seeing, by the way, is Mahaweli 2.0. This is Mahaweli 2.0. This is basically, I mean, there's no settler colonial, there's no settler colonies as of yet, as far as I can tell. Right? But they are occupying people's land. They're occupying people's land on the premise of development. They are occupying Tamil people with the excuse that they are going to develop the land. Like they're going to bring development. That's the reason that they continue to occupy the land. That's what they say. No, we need to keep the Tamils under military subjugation. We need to keep the Tamils under military subjugation because, one, they don't know what's good for them, and two, we're actually going to bring development to them. Here. You see all these green dots, by the way? You see all those green dots? Do you see these green dots scattered all across EELAM? Right? You see that? Those are army camps. Those are just army camps. Those are army camps. Now, I don't know what country you live in where that shit's normal. EELAM is a lot like Balochistan. It's a lot like Kashmir as well. It's a lot like Balochistan. It's a lot like Kashmir. It's a lot like Chittagong Hill Tracts. There's a lot of things that you could compare this to. It's like Palestine. It's like the West Bank. It's literally, this is West Bank. This is West Bank, Palestine. That's what this is. I mean, Levantine was in here. I don't know if Ray K is watching. I'm sure if I showed this to Ray K, if I showed this to Rawi, if I showed this to Peacefire now, they'd be like, yeah, this is Palestine. What the fuck? I'm sure they'd look at this and be like, wait, what the fuck? This is West Bank. This is literally West Bank. What the fuck? They have said that in the past. This is literally West Bank style occupation. That's what this is. The one difference between West Bank style occupation is that like this kind of occupation is not directly in your face. So I talked to my EELAM Tamil friend about this just to get an idea of how it is, how it operates, right? The thing is, all of these army camps are generally speaking kind of outside the city. But army, like soldiers will come into the cities just to monitor. Like, you know, you can't fuck up because the soldiers are right outside the city. They will monitor. But Kashmir holds elections, bro. So do they. They also hold elections. That's what? Occupation isn't real because they hold elections? What do you mean? That's not how occupation works. Does EELAM vote for the Lankan government? Yeah, they do. They don't have, like, EELAM doesn't have a separate, like, state. They don't have, like, a separate province or anything. They don't, like, provincial councils are meaningless. They have provincial councils, but they're fucking meaningless. They're hollowed out. Yes, EELAM does vote. They do, but it's meaningless. Voting is not the end all be all of democracy. Also, yes, they're like 10% of the population. They have no say in the government. It doesn't matter. It's under military occupation. These fuckers don't even have any land borders to... What political party do they vote? Generally speaking, Tamil nationalist parties. Tamil nationalist parties. This year was a bit different because there were Tamil nationalists that had infiltrated the JVP. Like, dude, like, voting means nothing. That's not how, like, voting means nothing. It means nothing. Does EELAM have 370 or something like 6 schedule? They're supposed to have the 13th Amendment, but the 13th Amendment is meaningless. They're supposed to have the 13th Amendment, but it's meaningless. The 13th Amendment to the Constitution, where they're supposed to have self-governance. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. This is the military occupation. This is what military occupation looks like in EELAM, okay? There's army camps all over the place. There's army camps all over EELAM. That's just how that works. This is military occupation. This is why, by what I'm showing you here with the Manar district, quote unquote, development, is precisely why this is happening. This is precisely why this military occupation is happening. This thing here that I'm showing you, right? The Manar Basin, all of this stuff. This stuff is why this is happening. This is why the military occupation is happening, for the record. Another thing I wanted to talk about with regards to EELAM is that over the past week, Sri Lanka appoints 19 Sinhalese to an archaeology advisory committee in an environment where the heritage of historical sites in the north and east is EELAM, by the way, this is EELAM, is claimed by Tamils as well as Sinhalese, and the Department of Archaeology is being accused of bias towards the Sinhala Buddhist narration. I want to pull something up from Pearl Action. I want to pull up something from Pearl Action, okay? Pearl Action, by the way, is a very great organization. You should be following them. The government, so the long story short is that Sri Lanka has a Department of Archaeology. Now, the thing is, see, the thing that's going on here is that the department is currently headed by Senarat Dissanayake, who, since assuming this role in 2020, has been accused of destroying valuable artifacts in order to build tourism infrastructure. Dissanayake has carried out a number of sweeping initiatives in support of the Buddhist Sinhalese heritage claims. In 2020, the Department of Archaeology announced its acquisition of over an acre of land in Nedindivid, which is Delft Island in the northern province, citing its authority under the Antiquities Ordinance number 9 in 1940 because of claims that they had discovered the existence of a ruined Buddhist monastery complex. Okay. For those of you who don't understand what is being said here, the archaeology department, their job, what they're doing is they're randomly going to places. I mean, not randomly. They're going to places in EELAM saying that this spot used to be Buddhist. It's a long ruined Buddhist monastery complex. This used to be Buddhist. And they're telling the government, take that land. Am I making sense here? The archaeology department, right, which is, this committee as well, right? This committee as well. This is in 2020, by the way. This is 5 years ago. This is not 2009. 5 years ago they did this. 2020. This is not like some long time ago, we didn't have Twitter. No. This was COVID. This was during COVID. This was during COVID. Remember COVID? This was during COVID. Remember COVID? They stole over an acre of land because they basically said, oh, by the way, this used to be Buddhist like 5,000 years ago or some shit. That's what's happening. That's what's actually happening. The Lankan government is going to random places and saying, oh, this is Buddhist land. This used to be Buddhist land some 5,000 years ago. It's ours now. That's what the whole job of the archaeology department. The whole job of the archaeology department is to literally go into Tamil majority areas in EELAM, find random spots and say, hey, listen, this used to be our land some 3,000 years ago. We're going to take it from you. We're going to use the state apparatus to take it from you. That's what's happening today. Today, this is happening. Not like, oh, this is like in 1980, 1990, 2002, 2005. No, not then. This is happening now. It's happening now. They're stealing land now. The Lankan government is literally stealing and occupying land now. They're doing this now as we speak. Right now, it is 12:33 p.m. in Washington, D.C. Eastern Standard Time. They're fucking doing this shit now. They're stealing land from the Tamils as we speak. Now. As we speak. That's their job. That's the archaeology department's job. That's what's happening. They are stealing this land. They are colonizing and stealing this land. Many new viharas are being built with the help of the military personnel. The Buddhist monks are actively carrying out Singhalization by claiming lands that belong to Hindu temples to build Buddhist shrines, claiming that Lanka is the land of the Sinhalese. That's what's happening now. In April of 2021, the Sri Lankan army erected signboards at a private family-owned properties in Kangesundurai with the message unnecessary intrusions into this army-controlled area are prohibited. The army is now attempting to reoccupy and claim ownership over these private lands, which were just released though inaccessible to locals in 2018 after 27 years of occupation. The temples within the state's occupied high security zones, such as Mavitapuram Pullayar Koil, a Hindu temple, are being appropriated for the construction of Buddhist viharas. That's what's happening. That's what happened. That's what's happening. And this is also happening under JVP. This is now happening under Janata Vimukti Peramuna. This is what's happening. This is what Lanka is doing to EELAM. It's under occupation. It is under quote unquote. I mean, I say it's under, I say that it is under, it is under what should be illegal occupation. Literally the same as Israel weaponizing archaeology for settler colonial purposes. Yes, this is literally what Israel does. Israel is doing the same thing. Israel is doing the exact same thing now. The funny thing is, Lankans will go ahead and say that Tamil EELAM that EELAM has more in common with Israel. Why? The claim is that, oh, well, Tamils wanted to build an ethno-state. Putting that insane claim aside for a second, right? Putting that aside for a second, right? What is the actual reason they're saying that it's close, what is the real reason that they're saying that the LTTE and the Tamil nationalists in general have more in common with Israel? What is the actual underlying logic behind that? What is the actual underlying logic? The logic behind them saying that in the first place is that the reason they're trying to equate Tamils with Israel is, well, the foundation of Israel is based on a bunch of people from all sorts of different countries, whether it be the Muslim majority countries or Europe, that, you know, that are Jewish, coming to Israel to set up an ethno-state. That is the basic premise of Israel. That is the basic history of Israel. Right? People from all over that are not from Palestine coming to Palestine to set up an ethno-state called Israel. Right? So their logic is the Tamils that came to EELAM 2,000 years ago were doing the same thing. There's a slight problem with that logic, though. The fucking problem is Tamils came to that island at least 2,000 fucking years ago. They've been there for centuries. They've been there for centuries. So that's problem number one with that logic, right? So it's just wrong, right? There was no plan for the Tamils to create an ethno-state on the northeastern portion of the island. That's just not how that worked, right? They've been there for centuries. That's number one. The second problem with that logic is that, well, what is the implication of that? The implication is that, well, no, we used to own that land 3,000 years ago before the Tamils came and tried to set up their own ethno-state. That's the other thing. Who were the majority of that area before the Tamils came? Like 3,000 years ago or whatever the fuck. It was the Sinhalese. So, ironically, when Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists say, no, Tamils came to our island to try and set up an ethno-state, right? Over, centuries ago, they came to our island, they invaded our island, drove out the Sinhalese centuries ago, right? So it used to be our land. That's why the Tamils are the Israelis. They are ironically showing that, no, they're the fucking Israelis in this equation. Lankans are ironically showing themselves to be the Israelis in this equation by trying to paint the Tamils as the Israelis. That's what's actually happening here. They're saying, like, you ask them, okay, so when did the Tamils come here? Centuries ago. So you're telling me that they've been here for centuries at this point. They've been here for generations at this point. Okay. So who used to be there before that? The Sinhalese did. Okay. So you're telling me that because you guys used to live there some extended period of time ago, and that these guys who are quote unquote barbarians came and invaded your land, drove you guys out, like, several centuries ago, several millennia ago, you now reserve the right to use archaeology, to use the archaeology department and other violent means, such as straight up genocide, to take back that land that used to belong to you 2,000, 3,000 years ago, that the Buddha said was your land 2,000, 3,000 years ago. What does that sound like? What the fuck does that sound like? Oh, wait, that's Zionism. Wait, that is literally Zionism. That is Zionism to a T. That is Zionism. The even Lunken leftists that try and paint the Tamils as like right-wing ethno-nationalists, and therefore they cannot be trusted to their own devices because there's like Zionists or whatever. The same people that try to paint the Tamils as Zionists are showing that they're the Zionists. They're the settler colonialists in this equation. That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. Am I making sense here? Am I making sense here? This is literally what I'm saying. Like, this is like, it's why is chat dead? Am I not making sense? What the fuck? Why is chat dead? Chat's dead. Jesus Christ, man. Tough crowd today. This is what's happening. This is what's happening, by the way. This is how, like, this is the kind of gaslighting that LANKA does to maintain its reputation. Okay, good. Because I was worried that I'm not making any sense. I was worried that people are lost. Like, this is it. This is appointing an entirely Sinhalese group of people to the Archaeology Advisory Committee when the Lankan government has a track record of literally using the archaeology department to steal land from the Tamils. It's the same Zionist bullshit that Israel is doing. It's the same bullshit. It's the same fucking bullshit that Israel's doing. It's the same fucking bullshit that Israel's doing. Oh shit. This is what's happening. This is what LANKA is doing to EELAM. This is what's happening, man. I don't know what else to do. This is what's happening. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Sri Lanka's black state. Dissanayake concedes deep criminal infiltration in the police and army. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about, because it's a bit hard to talk about this sort of thing because we're talking about the Lankan underground, like the crime world, the mafia world, right? It's a bit hard to explain, right? But the long story short, Sri Lankan President Anura Kumar Dissanayake admitted a black state existed on the island, revealing links between the criminal underworld and Lanka's security forces in an address last week. Okay. Yeah, this is literally, let me put it this way. For the Americans in the audience, there's a connection between the police force and neo-Nazi groups you're probably familiar with. Right? You're probably familiar with, there's a connection between lots of police officers in the United States and neo-Nazi groups. Right? Probably familiar with that. Same concept here. Like, you're probably familiar with the U.S. Military's connections with neo-Nazi groups, as well as the various police departments in America having connections with neo-Nazi groups. Same concept here. Same concept here, except, obviously they have connections with Sinhalese Buddhist groups, Sinhalese Buddhist national, Sinbud Nat groups on the island, right? Sinbud nationalist groups on the island. But again, a lot of those organizations themselves are deeply connected with the underworld. Speaking at the launch of the government's new anti-narcotics drive, Dissanayake presented a series of allegations and findings that he said underpinned the crackdown. Among them, he said, reports that T-56 assault rifles from military camps had ended up in criminal hands, with 73 rifles reported missing and 35 already recovered. He said a senior army colonel had been arrested on charges of supplying ammunition and that payments had been traced to the officers' bank accounts. By the way, all of these guys in the underworld, the cops, and all of these fuckers, guess which candidate they love the most? Take a wild fucking guess. My longtime audience members will probably understand who I'm talking about here. Take a wild fucking guess as to who all of these fuckers support. Guess what party they support. Mahinda Rajapaksa. That's the party. No, Mahinda Rajapaksa. Rajapaksa. SLPP. They're all Rajapaksa stands. The underground are big fans of Mahinda Rajapaksa. They all basically are fans of Mahinda Rajapaksa because Mahinda Rajapaksa is the only dude. Is Rajapaksa. They all love Rajapaksa. Cops are most loyal to Mahinda Rajapaksa, if Gotabaya Rajapaksa, SLPP. Mahinda Rajapaksa is the Benjamin Netanyahu of Lanka. All right. I got an extra Chemani update as well. I have an extra Chemani update as well. Chemani mass grave investigation finds shoe dates back to pre-1995 period. An ongoing investigation into the Chemani mass grave in Jaffna has confirmed that a shoe recovered from the site dates back to before 1995. Attorney Niranjan confirmed that the finding following an on-site inspection of the Chemani site on Monday. According to his statement, a shoe bearing a price tag of 39 rupees and 90 cents was unearthed during the excavations. Subsequent inquiries with the manufacturer revealed that this model had only been sold between 1985 and 1995, confirming that the item predates 1995, which means Which means, by the way, guess what that fucking means? It means there is a possibility that there are even more bodies in this grave than expected. It means that there are probably even more bodies. There are probably even more bodies buried in this mass grave. Who knows? That's what that means. It means that there are probably even more people. It means that there are probably even more people that the Lankan government shot dead, killed them, raped them, and put into this fucking mass grave. By the way, where the fuck is the coverage on Chemani, by the way, just for the record? NBC fucking covered this shit. Where? Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is the coverage on the Chemani mass grave? Where the fuck is it? American media be like, no, Minnie, you're actually wrong. NBC and LA Times covered it. You're actually incorrect. Mainstream media covered it. I'm mad that independent media didn't talk about it, actually. I'm actually more pissed off. Yeah, but it's like on page 4, no one reads. No, I understand. The fuck? LA Times covered this shit. Independent media didn't. That's a failing of the independent media, if I'm going to be honest. That's a failure of the independent media. I'm sorry. Like, this is... Independent media didn't cover this. I didn't see Zeteo talk about this. I didn't see Ryan Grimm here. I didn't see Ryan Grimm talk about this as far as I know. If Ryan Grimm talked about it, that'd be great. I'd love to... Al Jazeera is not independent media. They're owned by Qatar. Al Jazeera, you would be fooled for thinking Al Jazeera is independent media, but they're not. They're owned by the Qatari government. I didn't see Dropside talk about this shit. I didn't see anyone else talk about this shit. Am I being unfair to people? No, seriously, am I being unfair to people? Not Chennai, Chemani. Not Chennai, Chemani. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, this is happening on the island as well. Christian clergy hold Chemani Solidarity Cry Vigil in Jaffna. Christian clergy and bishops from across EELAM gathered in Jaffna on Thursday through a symbolic protest titled Chemani Solidarity Solidarity Cry. I mean, clergy were protesting, priests were protesting. Huh. I don't talking about this country. God damn it. Fuck. Here you go. Here's another great. Here you go. Wait a minute. Sri Lankan army disrupts heroes Mavir Nars. This is Mavir Madam. So November 26th, I think. Let me see. I should know the date. November 27th. I was right originally. November 27th is Mavir Nars. So there's two major celebrations in among the EELAM Tamil community. One of them is Mavir Nars. That's coming up the end of this month. Mavir Nars. If you look at EELAM Tamil accounts, you'll see this. You'll see this. You'll see this everywhere. If you follow EELAM Tamil accounts now, you'll see this everywhere. It's the Kartige Poo. Kartige, it's the Gloriosa lily. Fire lily. Gloriosa fire lily. It's a flower. It's the official flower of Tamariram. So they're preparing for Mavir Nard. Guess what the fuck happened? The Lankan government decided to the army decided to harass them and disrupt it. They decided to disrupt it. Very nice. They're honoring their dead. They're honoring their relatives that fought in the war against Lanka. And the Lankan government decides, no, fuck you. I don't know. Every time I talk about Lanka, I get pissed off. I feel like I'm shouting into a void once again. It's very stupid. I don't like talking about Lanka. Every time I talk about this. I hate talking about this goddamn country, man. I hate talking about this country. I hate talking about Lanka. The reason I hate, the thing is, I hate talking about this country, but because no one wants to actually, like, whenever I tell people, yo, you should be covering this country, they're like, nah. So I'm like, all right, man, like fuck you. I have, like, if no one else picks up, Like, if no one else picks this shit up, then I have no choice but to talk about this. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. Dumb question. Do you think the News Minute will cover Tamil Eelam news? No. They will not. I mean, they will and they won't, right? In India, you cannot express any sympathy for the idea of Tamil Eelam. Especially on Indian news. In English, you cannot express any sympathy for the idea of a separate Eelam. You cannot do that. I'm almost positive you'll get in trouble. There are two things that you cannot openly talk about in India. One is Kashmir, and the other one is Eelam. You cannot talk about that. Or three things, rather. There are three things that you cannot be sympathetic towards. You cannot be sympathetic towards Adivasis. You cannot be sympathetic towards, because that means you're Naxal. You cannot be sympathetic towards Tamils. You cannot be sympathetic towards the idea of Eelam whatsoever, because that means you're a terrorist. You cannot be sympathetic to the idea of Kashmiris determining their own fate, because that means you are a Pakistani jihadi terrorist. You cannot express any sympathy towards oppressed people, these three oppressed people in India, otherwise you'll get clapped immediately. Right? Vico was able to get away with it for just a little bit because Vico is a marginal figure. Vico's a marginal figure in Indian politics. No one gives a fuck about Vico. Thirumal was able to express it for a little bit because, again, in the broader scheme of Indian politics, he's a marginal figure. But you will never see DMK openly championing EELAM. And Punjabi Sikhs as well, yes. You will never, ever, 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 or you're a Khalistani, yes. You can never express sympathy towards first time hearing about Adivasi. Here, watch this video. Here, watch this video. Tamarchi Tangabandi in a DMK was rebuked by Congress for praising Prabhakaran. Yeah, Tamarchi Tangabandi did it in Tamil. I'm almost positive. She did I know what video you're talking about. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know the video that you're talking about. I know exactly the video that she's talking about, or that you're talking about here. First off, I've said my piece on the DMK regarding their treatment of EELAM Tamils, and he's my MP, by the way. No, I understand that. I am not a big believer in the idea that the DMK gives a shit about the EELAM Tamils. Okay, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm not a big believer in the idea that the DMK is pro EELAM Tamils. That's bullshit. I don't believe that for a second. I think it's silly to think that, especially considering the behavior of DMK cadres online. For real, they won't. TNM Sudipto Mondal cover the Naxalite movement and Dalit and Adivasi issues as well as with real sensitivity. I just want them to speak of EELAM, man. I'm hopeless. I want to write to them. Damn it. I've talked to Sudipto in DMs before. He hasn't responded to any of them, I suppose. I've talked to Sudipto. And I have I'm mutuals with both Sudipto and Shabir Ahmad. So I would love to get on their thing to talk about it, but I don't think they see me as a real serious political commentator. That's the thing. I don't think they see me as like a real political commentator or whatever. So I like Sudipto's work a lot. I like his work a lot. I just think he doesn't think I'm a. I feel like I feel like he thinks I'm just some like weird like fucking. They think it's like most journalists in India don't take streamers seriously. It's not like the US. No, Vamesi. It used to be the same way in the US several years ago. It used to be the same way several years ago. And look at where we are now. It used to be the exact same way several years ago. And now look at where, you know, a certain streamer has gotten to. He is now invited to to press meets about Zoran Mamdani. Now, granted, he already had connections to journalists for years at this point, for over a decade. So that's probably what helped him maintain his legitimacy. Whereas I'm sort of building everything from scratch. I'm sort of just building everything from the ground up. And I have to like try and build those connections on my own. That's the point. I'm basically a complete upstart that has to. I mean, I have a good set of friends to help me along the way. I have a good set of friends to help me along the way. But I'm basically starting from a much more ground zero, like square zero portion. So I don't know. Only thing to do here is just to keep churning out content. That's it. Just grow. That's the only thing to do. Just keep growing. And hopefully one day people will finally understand that LANKA is doing an occupation and EELAM deserves to be free. He speaks on American politics too, though, so it's really hard to convince the West to give a shit about what's going on in other places. You don't have to tell me that. You should try to have Tirumurugan Gandhi on your channel. He also speaks English. I will. I'll try and reach out to Tirumurugan Gandhi and see what he thinks. I haven't had time to send him a message, but I will reach out to him and see what he thinks. What sucks even more is that you have drawn the parallels to Gaza and connected the genocide to U.S. foreign policy, But still, we can't get these motherfuckers to care. Yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know what to do. I don't know what the fuck to do, man. I don't know. Is he related to Rahul Gandhi? No. No, I think Tirumurugan Gandhi is he's just named after Gandhi. Palestine became an issue only because TikTok was able to provide some free space for it. Do you think something similar can work for this? I don't know. Sudanese people have been doing the same shit. Sudanese people have been trying to do the same shit for Sudan and Darfur. And like, it's not working. I'm going to be blunt and say it's not working. No one gives a shit. I'm going to be fucking blunt about this shit. No one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck about Sudan. That's the fucking stone cold truth. The same, because no, I listen, wait, where is that one fucking, hold on a second. Where's that one picture? Where's that one person that was talking about like, where's that one psycho fucking Twitter account? Caitlin, what's her name? Caitlin D something? Sudan, I forgot what the fuck that shit. I forgot her account name or whatever the fuck. Caitlin Johnstone. Okay, there we go. Where is it? Here's a great example of this shit. Hold on. Sudan only became newsworthy because of al-Fashir, fell sadly. Hold on. This was in response to, hold on a second. Hot take, the only reason Palestine popped off is because Israel is considered by some as part of Western culture. No, Asdeef, no, I know. My government, why does no one want to talk about the genocide in Sudan? Okay, here's the fucking problem. This is what Zionists will pull up Sudan just to be like, oh, why is no one talking about Sudan? Which is extremely frustrating, right? Why is no one talking about Darfur? Right? People like Zionists will pull this shit up. And then motherfuckers like this will fall for the bait. They'll fall for the bait and they'll say, yeah, you're right. We shouldn't give a fuck about Sudan. You're right. My government isn't involved in involved in Sudan. Which is not true because who do you think the UAE fucking reports to? Like, what do you think the Abraham Accords are? Do you know anything about the Abraham Accords? Like, do you know anything about that shit? No, she doesn't. She doesn't know what the fucking Abraham Accords are. She didn't even know why October 7th happened. Right? My government isn't trying to make it illegal for me to criticize the RSF. Every major Western institution isn't dedicated to facilitating genocide in Sudan and stomping out all speech which opposes it. My rulers aren't backing a genocide in Sudan and commanding me to support it. This, by the way, anyone who's been in my audience has seen people give me some variation of that response with regards to why people don't give a fuck about EELAM. If you've been in my chat long enough, you have seen chatters fucking say something not as like grotesque as this, not as like dismissive and not as outright like, not as dismissive, not as condescending, not as, you know, fucked up as this shit, right? But you've heard some variation of this. The only reason people are like, people don't say this to my face is because they will look horrible if they say this to my face. They know they'll look horrible if they say this. This is basically saying, no, this doesn't affect me, so I don't give a fuck about your people. This is a lot of words to basically say, this doesn't affect me, so fuck you, fuck your people, I don't give a fuck if they die. Now, people won't say that to you. People won't fucking say that to your face. Fuckers like this. Had a leftist streamer say that to my face when I mentioned EELAM in their chat? Yeah. Yeah, because they don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck. All these fucking people are frauds. All of these fuckers are frauds. They're frauds. They're frauds. They're frauds. They're frauds. They're grifters. They're frauds. They don't give a fuck about anything, man. They have nothing to fight for. They're frauds. They're grifters. They're con artists. They're scammers. They're frauds. All of them are fucking frauds. They don't give a flying fuck about shit that doesn't affect them. They don't give a flying fuck about shit that doesn't fucking affect them. They're frauds. They're frauds. They're frauds. They're frauds. They're frauds. They're bullshitters. They're scam artists. They're con artists that use politics to make fucking money. That's it. I care about Palestine because I got Palestine homies. Not only just because I have Palestinian homies, but I know it's the same shit that affects every different form of oppressed people, whether it's West Papuans, whether it's Papuans, whether it's Elam Thumbers, whether it's fucking Baloch people. It's the same fucking form of oppression that affects everyone. It's a form of settler colonial genocide that affects several different oppressed people across the fucking planet. I want to live in a world where people can finally be free. That is my end goal. Fuckers like this only give a shit about certain fucking issues because it makes them money. Can we be honest about this for a second? Can we be honest about this for a second? People only give a fuck about certain issues. And yes, that does include some people, not everyone, some people, some non-Palestinian people, some non-people from the Middle East, so on and so forth. I'm talking white leftists. I'm talking about Americans who grew up in America, no attachment whatsoever to this region of the fucking world. Right? I'm not talking about like Lebanese folks or Egyptian folks or that are directly affected. That's not what I'm talking about. Can we be honest for a fucking second? People only give a fuck about issues that either directly affect them or make them fucking money. Can we be honest about that? Can we be real about that for a second? The only reason I respect Bad and Banana, even though he is fucking crazy, is because he constantly reiterates the fact that you should care about an atrocity even if it doesn't affect you. I have not heard him say a fucking word about EELAM, so I will not respect him until he does that. So he can go fuck himself. I don't give a shit. Talk is fucking cheap. Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. Talk is fucking cheap. Sorry. Unless you show me your bona fides, I don't want to hear from you. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. That's why you got to make friends with everyone. You got to make friends with fucking everyone, man. You humanize other people. You are able to. I don't trust BE. I don't give a fuck about other people personally. I don't give a fuck about them. I don't give a fuck about anyone. If you talk about EELAM and you talk about the genocide consistently and you demand a separate EELAM, I am cool with you. I do not give a fuck about whatever the fuck else you say on your goddamn channel. As long as you're vaguely leftist, as long as you're vaguely on the left, I don't give a flying fuck. As long as you're anti-capitalist, I don't give a fuck what else you say on your channel. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. But can we be fucking honest for a second? This belief that we should only give a fuck about Palestine because it directly affects my mental health, and if my government was, because what is the implication of this, by the way? What is the implication of this? If the US was not directly responsible for the genocide of Palestinians, they would not give a fuck about Palestinians. That's the fucking implication of this. That's the implication. The only reason they even give a shit about Palestinians in the first place is because it mentally affects them. It affects them personally. They are unable to see the humanity of Palestinians to begin with. They are not seeing Palestinians as human beings. They are seeing Palestinians as bargaining chips for their own mental health. That's what this psychopath is fucking saying. And the reason I pull this dumb fucking psychopath up is because this belief system that certain genocides, certain things are more important to cover because they affect me, is a bit more fucking common than people would like to admit. Here, this drivel. Yeah, it's more about the tax money being spent than about Palestinians. This mindset demonstrates that you don't give a fuck about Palestinians as people. You don't give a fuck about them as people. You don't give a fuck about Palestinians as people. Do you notice how no one's losing their jobs for criticizing the genocidal atrocities in Sudan? How mainstream Western politicians are able to call out the RSF and the UAE without having their careers nuked by high-powered lobby groups? How the Western media aren't churning out op-eds concern trolling about the possibility that anyone who opposes the El Fasher massacres is actually a closet Nazi? How opposition to mass murder in Darfur isn't being algorithmically hidden by Silicon Valley plutocrats? This is actually incorrect, by the way, just for the record. How anyone who posts footage of an RSF war crime online isn't being swarmed by an army of full-time trolls making excuses, justifying the atrocities, and accusing those who criticize them of being hateful bigots. This is also not true. You get UAE bots on your case. This is also not true. This is also not true, by the way. You get UAE bots on your ass. How Western governments and institutions aren't doing everything they can to stomp out all speech that is critical of this particular humanitarian crisis. That's the difference right there. That's why many Westerners have been paying special attention to Gaza. For the last 2 years, anyone who publicly criticized Israel's genocidal abuses in the Gaza Strip would be confronted by Hasburis saying, why are you paying so much attention to Gaza instead of Sudan? You must hate Jews. Okay, well, guess the fuck what? Every time I talk about EELAM, guess what happens? I have Lunkins on my fucking ass talking about, oh, you are just using Gaza to talk about separatist terrorism. No, dipshit, I'm paying more to Gaza because my government isn't trying to make it illegal for me to criticize the RSF. Every major Western institution isn't dedicated to facilitating genocide in Sudan and crushing all speech which opposes it. My rulers aren't backing a genocide in Sudan and commanding me to support it. The ongoing nightmare in Sudan is largely a product of the abuses of the Western Empire. The UAE is an imperial client state who the US and its allies recently supported in its year-long genocidal war on Yemen in partnership with Saudi Arabia. Okay, then why aren't you talking about it? There are all kinds of threads you can trace back to Western allies and partners in this genocide, as is the case for most of the worst things that can happen in our world these days. But it's clearly different. Clearly, the evidence for this is in the extent to which Western institutions have been protecting the genocide in Gaza versus the genocide in Sudan. Israel's abuses are much more intimately interwoven into the guts of the imperial machine than those of the RSF, who Washington will take a blowtorch to the instance that it becomes geopolitically advantageous. Israel's abuses are completely inseparable and indistinct from the abuses of my own government. I've been focusing more on Gaza than Sudan for the same reason. I'd be more concerned if I knew my husband was murdering hitchhikers than I would be about reports of a serial killer in Brazil. It is right and good that the world is turning against the UAE, opposing Western backing for that malignant state, standing in firm opposition to what is happening in Sudan. But the complete lack of institutional resistance we've been seeing to this opposition shows that this genocide is much less dear to the heart of the empire than the genocide in Gaza. Opposing the genocide in Sudan is about saving Sudan. Opposing the genocide in Gaza is about saving ourselves, saving our free speech, saving our political systems, saving our hearts, saving our minds, saving our soul. This is at the heart of why a lot of people, why a lot of Western leftists do not give a flying fuck about Palestinians. Like this is at the heart. Sorry, not Palestinians. This is at the heart. This is the reason that a lot of people don't want to admit to as to why they don't want to talk about anything else. This is it. This is it. This is an admission. This is a self-report. This is an admission saying, no, my soul is going to be fine if I don't talk about the genocide that the RSF is carrying out in Sudan. My soul will be fine if I don't talk about, my conscience will be fine if I never talk about the genocide that LANKA is carrying out against EELAM. My soul will be fine. This is them admitting that their soul will be fine if they never mention West Papua, the Rohingya genocide, Western Sahara, any of these fucking genocides, Balochistan, Kashmir. This is them openly admitting they don't give a fuck about, the only reason they quote unquote give a fuck about Palestinians, quote unquote, is because it directly affects them. That's it. They don't see people from other countries as human beings. And this is what a lot of people want to say to me. This is what a lot of those political commentator motherfuckers want to say to me. But they know if they say this to me, I will fucking rip them. They know if they say this to me, I will put them on blast. I will rip them apart if they do this. I have the video evidence to rip them apart. I have the video evidence of the war crimes that Lanka has committed against Ila Tamil since the fucking 80s. I will show them. I will show them war crime footage if they even try this with me. I will show them war crime footage and photographs non-stop if they try this with me. I will show them all of that shit. What is the genocide in India? You got to be more specific than that. This is also an admission of the fact that you don't give a shit about Palestinians, if I'm going to be honest. You don't give a flying fuck about Palestinians. Palestinians themselves aren't saying, well, actually, no, my genocide's more important. Because Palestinians are fucking human beings. And they want the well-being of other human beings. They're normal people just like you and me. They don't get all up in their feelings about, oh my God, this is what's happening. My government is directly responsible for this shit. They don't do this shit. Western leftists do this shit. American leftists do this shit. American leftists do this shit. British leftists do this shit. The genocide in India. No, I think Osiris means. No, Osiris, my guess is they want to learn about Ila Tamils. They want to learn about the Tamil genocide. That's my guess. I don't think they understand that I'm talking about Lanka, not India. I think they want to learn more about the Tamil genocide. It's not in India. India is responsible for a lot of the war crimes. Arun, I'm going to Google this too. Thought you may have a fast answer. Are there any groups in the U.S. like Student Justice for Palestine? Pearl Action. Pearl Action. Pearl Action. Go support these guys. LTTE is quote-unquote terrorists. The biggest terrorists on that island are the Sri Lankan government. The biggest terrorists on the island of Lanka are the Lankan government and the police and the army. Those are the biggest terrorists on that island. It's the Sri Lankan army. The actual terrorists on that island are the police force. The actual terrorists of Sri Lanka are the police force, the army, and the state. What's your opinion on Marathis? What? Okay, man, I'm not answering that. That's what kind of question is that? What are my opinions on Marathis? What is my opinion on an ethnic group? What do you mean? What is my opinion on Marathis, man? It's an ethnic group. Like, what do you mean? That's not a normal question to ask. Pearl Action. That's the thing that you're looking for. Go support them. Go support them. Dude, one of my mods is a Marathi guy. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. But what I know, Osiris, I have a great thing you should be watching. Didn't expect the Caitlyn Johnstone poll. Dude, you didn't think... Dude, dude. That's the thing. When people... Like, the irony is Caitlyn Johnstone managed to perfectly basically put into words the reaction that I'm getting from a lot of people. That's the irony. I don't know. I don't think she has a filter. I don't think she really has a filter. So I'm actually ironically glad that she put this post out, because I can perfectly articulate what people want to say to me, but they can't, because they'll look stupid. They'll look like a psycho if they say this shit to me. They'll look like a fucking psycho. They'll look like a psychotic fucking grifter if they say that, oh, well, the only reason I give a fuck about Palestinians is because my government is directly complicit in their genocide. It's all about me, 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 me. Like, yes, I am a Tamil person. I grew up seeing the Ila Tamil genocide. But that's not the fucking reason. That's not the only fucking reason I talk about them. There's a reason I talk to Rohingya activists. Because guess what? That story fucking rhymes. There's a reason I talk to Baloch people. There's a reason I talk to Ali, who's a Kashmiri. Because this settler colonial genocidal story fucking rhymes. It's involving the same fucking actors for the exact same fucking reason. Large government wants valuable resources. People living on valuable resources pose threat to government, so government needs to kill people. It's the same story over and over and over again. It's the same basic fucking story over and over and over again. You want to talk about the same thing with indigenous people in America? Why did the indigenous people of America go through that genocide, settler colonial genocide? It's the same fucking reason. The white settlers wanted the fucking land. You talk to Kashmiris and Balochis is what sold me. Yes, I have Kashmiris and Baloch people in my community. I have Balochi speakers and Kashmiri speakers in my community. You want to know why my community is the way it is? Because we give a fuck. We actually give a fuck. Because we actually give a fuck, man. We're all in this shit together. That's the fucking reason, man. Chat, what do I say to this guy that's telling me that giving money to Israel is not giving money to the settlers? Okay, here's what you say. You don't fucking talk to that guy. Don't talk to that guy. Cut the conversation. Move on. That's what you fucking do. And you learn about the Tamil genocide. That's what you do. Cut the fucking conversation. You're not going to get through to him. Not just learn, by the way. You have to, like, just learning about shit from me and not doing anything with that information is not doing shit. Like, fucking learn about the Tamil genocide and start demanding a free EELAM, man. Go into these circles and say, hey, I also want a free EELAM. I want a free EELAM, just like I want a free Palestine. I want a free Sudan, just like I want a free Palestine. It's not enough to be like, oh, well, I am learning and I'm doing things. Oh, I'm learning about it. I feel good about myself. No, you have to take this information and spread it everywhere else. That's what you got to do. Is there a large Indian population in Minnesota? I'm a Google. What? Their Elam Tamils are not Indians. You just watch the doc. Just watch this. Just watch this. Ha ha ha. I'm clueless. Okay, go watch the doc. Go watch this. Go watch this. Go watch this. Oh my God. I don't know, dude. Should I want to end it here because I'm actually pissed off. I want to end it here because I'm actually like legitimately pissed off. I don't know. Okay, I'll be right back. We got Munir in his documentary here in Wichita earlier this month, and I'm wondering if you're willing to do public events with your documentaries as well. I don't have time to go. To go city to city to do this. I don't have time to do that. Okay, I'm not gonna watch this because I don't speak Hindi. Would you doing it? Would you do a showing in DC? Yes, I would. Oh shit, Sean! Sean, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Oh my god, sorry. Sorry, no. Sorry. I was looking at other links. Sean, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Sorry, guys. I was looking at other shit. I was looking at Twitter. I was looking at Twitter to see if there were any other like things I wanted to talk about. Hope you had a wonderful stream. We're all distractible here. Are more people calling you slurs on Twitter? They're always calling me slurs on Twitter. It doesn't matter. IRL in Spain today? Dude, I hope he's having a fun time in Spain. I'd love to be in Spain right now. We were just talking about the Tamil genocide. Stick around. We probably will be talking about more stuff. We'll be talking about more news in a second. I'm pulling news up. I'm looking at my other browser right now. What is this? What am I looking at? What? What the fuck? There's no way. This has to be Castus. What the fuck?
Hello, I'm Dhanya Rajendran. Welcome to the News Minute. Today, we're going to discuss a story that we published on the site this week, done by executive editor Sudipto Mondal. It's about a disputed site that the BJP calls the Ayodhya of the South. It's in the Madurai district of Tamil Nadu, called the Tiruppurakundram Hill. It's revered by the Hindus, the Muslims, and the Jains. The tussle over who does this hill belong to has been going on for many, many years now. It finally reached the courts this year.
Hold on. Let me see. We have a bunch of videos that I could watch. Hold on. Let's watch a video on Nepal. Hold on a second. Here you go. Here. We'll watch a video on Nepal. This is better. Here you go. Let's watch a video on Nepal.
After the abolition of the Nepalese monarchy in 2006, a small yet significant problem arose. What will be our new national anthem? During the period of monarchic rule, the national anthem of Nepal was the song Shriman Gambhir. Like the UK's God Save the King, the lyrics were an ode to the autocrat, a glorification and reverence of the sovereign of the nation. Ideals that were seen as laughable when just 1 year prior, in 2005, King Gyanendra Shah had tried to assume absolute power through a failed coup. A coup so incredibly unpopular that it ended up uniting the Maoist insurrectionists with the parliamentary forces in order to end his tyranny and later end the civil war. After receiving over 1,000 submissions from all across the country, the song Sonyo Tunga Fulka by poet Vyakul Maila was chosen as the hymn of the new republic. The new anthem, from the very first line, celebrated the Nepalese people.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. Listen, talking about casteism, and caste discrimination while wearing a punal, or wearing a janeo or whatever the fuck it's called, right, is a crazy move. That's all I'm gonna say. Wearing the sacred, like this so-called sacred thread while talking about caste discrimination is a wild thing to do. That's all I'm going to say. That is I don't know if it is a sacred thread. I don't know if it is like a janeo or whatever it's called. Wearing that while talking about caste discrimination is crazy. It's nutty. It's actually nutty. That's crazy. I need context to understand that. That white thread that he's wearing, I think it's that same exact thread, is the thread that Brahmins wear. So it's the same thread that Brahmins wear all the time. It's the marker of Brahmins. If you see someone, if you're walking around in, say, Chennai, and you see a white thread inside someone's shirt because the shirt is like pulled to the side a little bit like that, that's a Brahmin. That's a Brahmin. You're talking to a Brahmin. He's talking about is he wearing the Brahmin thread and talking of casteism? I don't know if he is. If he is, that's crazy. That is the craziest shit If he is, that's crazy, man. I don't know what else to do. Like, that's crazy. If he is, that's crazy.
The song was a reminder of one of Nepal's greatest strengths: national unity through cultural diversity.
Nepal's police clash with pro-monarchy demonstrators. At least 2 people have been killed in the violence.
On March 28, 2025, around 4,000 counter-protesters gathered in Kathmandu with the goal of disrupting a rally put on by the Socialist Front. Emboldened by a speech published on Nepal's Democracy Day by the opportunist former King Gyanendra Shah,
त्यति मात्र होइन हामीले जनताको भलो होस् भनेर आफ्नो ओहदा र सुख सुविधालाई पनि त्याग गरेका हौं त्यागले कसैको कद सानो हुने होइन र त्यस्तो भावलाई कसैले पनि कमजोरी ठान्नु हुँदैन
and Gyanendra's meeting with Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister and zealous demagogue of the BJP, Yogi Adityanath. Carrying Nepalese flags and the saffron flag of the Hindutva ideology, these counter-protesters clashed with Kathmandu police. As rocks and debris were thrown, the police responded with water cannons, rubber bullets, and tear gas. Hundreds were injured, buildings were set on fire, and 2 people were killed. Amidst the violence and chaos, a simple yet venomous chant could be heard. Raja Aao, Desh Bachao. While reactionary elements continue to exist throughout Nepalese culture, in the political sphere, the progressive ideologies of the Social Democrat Nepali Congress and the communist EELAM and Maoiwadi have held a firm grasp. Though it's important to keep in mind that these 3 major parties of Nepal keep their power less because they are ideologically committed, but more to do with the legacy of what the parties have done for the nation. Congress were a prominent factor in Nepal's liberation from the Rana oligarchy, and it was also the party of B.P. Koirala, seen to many as the father of modern Nepal. EELAM was created through the unification of the Communist Party.
KP Sharma Oli is the guy that was just okay. So KP, let's do a little bit of a recap. So Sher Bahadur Deba is like he's the first elected PM. That's not the guy that was thrown out. This guy, KP Sharma Oli. This is the guy that was thrown out in the recent uprisings in Nepal. Okay, this is the guy. This is the guy that was thrown out in the recent uprisings in Nepal, okay?
It was created through the unification of
it's
the
this
Communist
guy,
Party of
KP
Nepal
Sharma
Marxists,
Oli.
the party of beloved communist figure Madan Bhandari, with various other smaller communist parties to take part in the 1990 democratic revolution against the Panchayat absolute monarchy. And the Maoiwadi, the youngest of the 3, not only started an armed proletarian revolution,
so Maoiwadi means Maoists. Maoiwadi means Maoists. Okay, so these are the Maoist parties. This is the Maoist party in the main Maoist party in Nepal is called Prachanda. Like the leader of the Maoist party in Nepal is Prachanda. That's his name. Pushpa Kamal Dahal. His nom de guerre is Prachanda.
The dissolution of the monarchy, a topic I went more in depth in my previous video. Since 2008, the government of Nepal has jumped between one of these 3 parties, and as more Nepalese citizens continue to leave the country, it is a common belief that these parties have failed at ensuring a proper standard of living for the people. So
yes, I mean it's not a common. I mean it's not just a belief; it's real. Like Nepal is one of the poorest countries in the subcontinent. Now, it's a lot of it is not due to Nepal's fault, obviously, but these three parties have done nothing to raise the living standards of average Nepalis. And for those of you who are coming in, don't throw your expectations with a vanguard / communist party. Don't do it.
it come as a surprise?
Violent Maoists are crazy thugs, though. They don't really follow Marxism, just killing people. Okay, first off, I've learned my lessons with just throwing my support behind whatever party calls itself communist, not gonna lie. Yeah, don't do that. That's crazy. Don't do that. Don't do that.
surprised that the people of Nepal are exhausted by the constant appeals to progress, to socialism, and to democracy when it's blatantly obvious that the parties that espouse these ideals are opportunists, bastardizing Marxist theory with the goal of attaining and maintaining power rather than using the framework of the various existing socialist nations to improve the state of the nation. Are we surprised that the Nepalese people have lost faith in Marxism and socialism and are beginning to shift towards a fascistic ideology like Hindutva? Well,
Boom. 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 This is exactly why. By the way, this is why I got pissed at like Eric Hove. This is why I got pissed at Eric Hovagim for saying like, no, this is a US backed color revolution. What do you mean? Everything is fine in Nepal. No, the Communist parties in Nepal. The Communist parties in Nepal are bourgeois parties. They're bourgeois. They have devolved into bourgeois upper caste parties. That is how parties work in the subcontinent. This is someone that does, like, if you don't understand how parties in the subcontinent work, they devolve into chauvinist right-wing parties.
The geographic area of modern and historical Nepal has always had a multicultural, religiously diverse population. It would be ignorant to deny the strong influence Hinduism has held throughout the country. But it wasn't until the unification of the nation by Prithvi Narayan Shah, who
So Khas is like non-indigenous, right? Khas is like people originally from India.
himself was a
Khas is like people from India originally that came to Nepal.
Kshatriya Hindu, that the foundation of
And Kshatriya is Kshatriya.
Hinduism to become a state religion developed, one which would be spread throughout the nation, willingly or forcefully. And as the Rana oligarchy came into power, they exacerbated the Hinduification of the nation through religious persecution of non-Hindus and the incorporation of a strict Nepal-oriented caste system that included the vast indigenous communities. This institutionalized Hindu supremacy would remain the foundation of governance throughout Nepalese history.
Again, he's openly taking the former monarchy to task for being Hindu nationalists while wearing a thread, which is crazy work. I mean, good on him, but like, it's just like don't do this while wearing a thread. That's all I'm saying. He's doing good work. I don't want to bash him too much, but like, don't wear the thread while like, don't wear the. It says native, not indigenous. No, the Cuz people. Where is it? Hold on a sec. I mean, he's hiding it now. Here, you see it right here. It's like tight. You can barely see it. You can barely see it. It's like right there. Not sure that's a thread though. I don't know. It's white and it's worn around him. I don't know.
Foundation of governance.
If it is, then if it isn't, then fine. I'll take my words back.
Throughout Nepalese history. Even after multiple revolutions and political reforms, Hinduism remains a dominant social force. With the rise of Hindu nationalism, Hindutva in
Of course, they took a picture of Modi and Tiruvadi. Here we go. CBN and discount Che Guevara. Discount Indian Che Guevara. Oh man, I hate that the outfits are cool. This one is the only one that's justifiable in my opinion. Is just Veshti shirt combo. That's it. That's the only thing that's justifiable. This shit, nope. This shit, nope.
With the rise of Hindu nationalism,
the thing that Chandrababu Naidu is wearing,
a dominant social force. With the rise of Hindu nationalism, Hindutva in India, this fascistic.
This is the RSS. This is the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. This is the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. This is one of the oldest long existing fascist organizations in the world.
Ideology has begun to seep into Nepalese politics. Led by Nepal's nationalist party, the RPP, and their goal being the reinstitution of the Shah dynasty as heads of state, it's clear that this new political wave is adamant on regressing an already desperate nation to an age of cruelty and intolerance. The origins of the Hindutva ideology are rooted in India's colonial period. When the East India Company took over administrative power in what would be modern-day East Bengal, it was necessary for the company to establish laws and regulations that had to do with how the natives would be governed, and most importantly, how wealth and land would be inherited and taxed. So, in 1772, under the leadership of Warren Hastings and in collaboration with comprador Brahmins and Muslims, the East India Company would develop two sets of laws. One that was based on the Quran that would govern the Muslim population, and one that would govern the rest of the population that was based on the ancient Vedic texts of the Manusmriti. These laws...
This is it. This is it. This is it. This is literally it. This is it.
Two sets of laws. One that was based on the Quran that would govern the Muslim population, and one that would govern the rest of the population.
This is where Hinduism was born. This is where the term Hinduism was born. This is it. This is where the term Hinduism was born. The term Hinduism did not refer to the religion of India. This is it. This is where the term Hinduism comes from. This is it. It comes from basically the British need to administer the entire subcontinent. That's it. This is where this shit comes from. Before this, Hinduism was never used to refer to the various non-Abrahamic beliefs of the subcontinent. This is it. You're watching how Hinduism was born. Same like British creating the Sinhalese shit. Sinhalese wasn't created by the British. No. That's not what I mean. Right? I'm saying that the national consciousness of the Sinhalese, that is that the Sinhalese are a nation that were invaded by the Tamils and they need to take that shit back. That was manufactured by the British. Sinhalese people have been there for, who knows how long. The Sinhalese language has been there for a long time, right? But Sinhalese Buddhist nationalism, the national consciousness of the Sinhalese, was instilled in them by the British. Can I correct you on that? Anything tribal and non-Hindu, why are you using 7 for Hindu? Non-Hindu is Hindus see as their own. I am a Jata of the lowest caste in Haryana. Our god Khatu Sham was appropriated into Hinduism. Why is your auto mod so tough? Because that word you're saying is a slur. You understand that the name of your caste is a slur, right? So they basically recategorize on every non-Abrahamic religion. Yes. There were Christians as well. Non-Abrahamic religion.
That was based on the ancient Vedic texts of the Manusmriti.
Oh, I can't say my caste. Okay. Yeah, because unfortunately, it's not your fault. Everyone else uses that word as a bad word. That's the problem. It's not your fault. Unfortunately, it's not your fault. There are psychos that come into my chat calling me that word because I speak up against caste, because I speak about the annihilation of caste. So I do get called that shit. We do get flooded by people every now and then calling us caste slurs. Here. I mean, we do get like, here's a great example. Like, this is one of my Instagram DMs, okay? Who the fuck you are? Have you ever done a survey about the conditions of upper caste people and lower caste people and you're spreading fake narratives by videos? You are sitting abroad just sucking and getting your ass fucked by your English dads. I mean, this is silly. This is funny. Objectively funny. But this is what people say. This is the kind of bullshit that UCs in India say. They call me the C word. They call me that. They call me that just to, like, that's why we've had to automod that shit. That's the thing. That's why we've had to automod that shit. Doesn't really matter though. No, it's okay. Like, it's unfortunately like, that's just the situation that I find myself in when talking about caste. So in order to prevent people from just using that word, we've blocked it. It looks like. I think one of the mods have blocked it. But yes, going back to this video, this is where Hinduism comes from. They lumped every non-Abrahamic belief as Hinduism. That includes Sikhism, Sikhi, as well as Jain, which is also not Hindus. Buddhists are not Hindus. Adivasis are also not Hindus. Right? Hindu means upper caste. That's what that shit means. People who have been Sanskritized. That's what Hindu means. Your family has been Sanskritized by a bunch of Brahmins. And now you follow Brahminic, this basically very similar beliefs to the Brahmins. That's what this shit is.
Texts of the Manusmriti. These laws divided the population into two groups, Muslims and Hindus, with the Hindu category itself divided, ranging from Rama-worshipping devout Brahmins to the plethora of tribal groups that followed their own indigenous religions. Not only were much of the Indian population now under the laws of a text that most of them had never read, but Brahmins were the only caste that were permitted and able to read the Sanskrit-written holy texts.
Yes. Sanskrit was a language that was barred to twice born castes. That's Brahmin, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, like non-twice born classes. Sanatana Dharma is what they call Hinduism following people. No, it's Hindus.
So, of course, they made sure they benefited the most when codifying the modern interpretations into law.
What does it mean for a caste to be twice born? It means you're either Brahmin, Kshatriya, or Vaishya. That's what that means. So Hindu as an identity is only like 300 years old. Yes. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Precisely. Hindu as an identity has only existed for roughly 300 years. Now, like if you ask Eela Tamils this, right? If you ask Eela Tamils whether they're Hindus or not, that's a great example. They'll say we practice Saivam. They won't say we are Hindus in the cult. They won't say that. They'll say they practice Saivam. Shaivism is what they will say. We worship Sivan. Tamils will generally say they're Shaivites. They won't say they're Hindus. Saivam, Vainavam. Saivam, Vainavam. That's what that is. Those have existed for a long time. Right? In fact, modern day, what we call modern day Hinduism has its origins in the South. In South India, actually. It's not though. Sindhu is what people have been called. They've distanced themselves from Hindu word though. That is how they normalize Hindu Rashtra. No, Sindhu used to mean people across the Sindh River, the Indus River.
Sanskritic Hinduism was made to define a whole range of heterogeneous practices and were then lumped together to constitute a single religious tradition termed Hinduism. It would be this Sanskritic Hinduism that would become the impetus of the Hindu nationalist or Hindutva movement. It would especially strike a chord with the new upper caste Brahmins born into colonial rule. Educated in Hindu schools partly funded by the colonial administration and later participants in the colonial apparatus, though in a limited capacity, this new class of the colonized intellectual would take on a passionate quest for a national culture prior to the colonial era. Fully aware they are in the process of losing themselves, and consequently being lost to their people, these men work away with raging hearts and furious mind to renew contact with their people's oldest inner essence, the farthest removed from colonial times. A mystification of an India that was purely Hindu before the invasion of Muslims and Christians would develop, and with it a nationalist belief that India is a Hindu nation. During India's colonial era, prominent Hindutva organizations like the Hindu Mahasabha and the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh would be founded. Hindu Mahasabha, founded in 1915 as the orthodox Hindu wing of the Indian Congress, later becoming an independent
V.D. Savarkar is a literal traitor. This man was jailed by the British. He was sent to Kalapani in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And like the little bitch that he is, like the little bitch boy that he is, like the little punk little bitch that he is, he wrote letters to the British administration deep-throating the colonizer's dick down his throat, saying, if you release me, I will work for you for free. This boy is a bitch. He's a bitch. He's a bitch. V.D. Savarkar is a bitch. Fucking bitch. He died like a bitch. He was a bitch. He lived and died like a bitch. That's what Savarkar was. Next level bootlicker. He deep-throated. Savarkar was a bitch who he's a fucking bitch who stuck the British cock down his goddamn throat. The biggest fucking bitch of India. He's a bitch. God damn. He's a fucking bitch. He's a coward. Literally deep-throated the English cock down his fucking throat. Meanwhile in Tamil Nadu in the 1800s, do you want to know what Queely did? You want to know what Velu Nachiyar did? Do you want to know what Velu Nachiyar did? Do you want to know what the Polyguards did? They went straight to war with the British in the 1800s. One of the first modern uses of the suicide bomb was enacted against the British by Queely and Velu Nachiyar. Bhagat Singh firebombed British courthouses. Who else? Birsa Munda directly went straight to war with the British. Komaram Bhim. Bardiyar was also a freedom fighter. He was a poet. I don't think he was an actual freedom fighter. Komaram Bhim. Bhagat Singh. Alluri Sitaramaraju. Like, listen, I have my issues with Alluri Sitaramaraju, but as far as I know, even he fought the British. This man is a bitch. V.D. Savarkar is a bitch. Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. Savarkar is a bitch. Fucking punk, little punk ass bitch. Everyone but the Hindutva folk were against the British. Exactly. Everyone but the Hindutva guys, everyone but the Hindu nationalists directly fought the British in some way or another. They were against the British. They hated British colonization. These fuckers, these Hindu nationalist fuckers, decided to deep throat the British cock down their fucking throat. And these are the people that are idolized by the BJP right now. Traitors. Traitors to the Indian people. That's who the BJP and RSS idolize. Absolute traitors to the Indian people.
Organization in the 1930s.
He's a bitch.
Early actor
V.D. Savarkar is a bitch.
in the growth of the Hindutva ideology, with V.D. Savarkar, the writer of Essentials of Hindutva, being a prominent member. The RSS was founded in 1925 by K.V. Hedgewar, who himself was inspired by the writings of Savarkar. The RSS are a paramilitary organization with their
Mohan Bhagwat. It's not Bhagat. It's Bhagwat. But
political wing being
whatever.
the Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP. The RSS were and still are heavily influenced by the fascist parties of Germany and Italy, not only in the way they dress, very uniform and militaristic, but also in the words they use, with M.S. Golwalkar, the leader of the RSS from 1940 to 1976, writing, "German race pride has now become the topic of the..."
These are Hindu nationalists, by the way. Wait. Okay, before we go ahead. Golwalkar was alive for Nazi Germany. The guys that the BJP worship now, right? The guys that the BJP look up to now, they were alive for Nazi Germany in the Holocaust. Golwalkar. Nice. These Hindu nationalists were alive. These Hindu nationalists were alive. Please don't compare these potbellies in their undies to fit Germans in his... No, man, they're Nazis. Man, they're Nazis. Bro, don't give the Nazis in Germany or Italy any fucking credit either. What the fuck are you talking about? They're all losers. Okay, I just want you to understand, they were alive for the Holocaust. Not this guy. The Hindu nationalists, RSS, were alive for the Holocaust. They were around for the Holocaust. Okay? Here.
German race pride has now become the topic of the day. To keep up the purity of the race and its culture, Germany shocked the world by her purging the country of the Semitic races, the Jews. Race pride at its highest has been manifested here. Germany has also shown how well nigh impossible it is for races and cultures having differences going to the root to be assimilated into one united whole. A good lesson for us in Hindustan to learn and profit by.
That's after the Holocaust. That's after the Holocaust, by the way. Golwalkar wrote that after the Holocaust, after he saw the Holocaust happen in real time. And yet now Hindutva folk idolize Zionists. Zionists are Nazis, man. Dude, they are Nazis. They're far-right they're far-right nationalists. They're Nazis. Yeah. Also, avoid the top of the hour break by subscribing. Sorry, I'm not good at this shit.
The RSS and BJP aren't and weren't ever shy of their xenophobic beliefs, specifically Islamophobia, with Golwalkar being opposed to the Quit India movement due to the Hindu-Muslim cooperation, and the BJP of today utilizing culture war type rhetoric to villainize Muslims, like their idea of love jihad, which was promoted by the BJP MPs to ensure Hindu girls aren't seduced by evil Muslim boys who will marry them to convert and bolster the Muslim population.
By the way, do you want to know where this idea came from? Do you want to know where it was first popularized? Guess what state this was popularized in? We got Spigot here. This is going to shock everyone. The Hindu nationalist calling card of love jihad came from the state run by communists. It came from right-wingers in the I know, shocking. The calling, no, not UP. No, Kerala. No, love jihad originally, the love jihad conspiracy theory started in Kerala. Okay, dude, bro, I'm gonna just time you out, bro. You're being a bit weird. Not BJ. Dude, I'm gonna time you out for a little bit. I suggest just stick around for a little bit, but you're acting a little bit weird. Okay, I'm just gonna have to time you out. This is a bit weird. Dude, drop that subject. I don't give a shit about. I don't give a shit about the use of the word. Like, I don't give a fuck.
लड़कियों को सुरक्षित रखो, अपने घर में हथियार रखो, कुछ नहीं तो सब्जी काटने वाला चाकू जरा तेज रखो.
This is the replacement theory, but it
was not a theory, it's a reality. The Canadian population, like the
Oh my God, is that Steve Bernier or whatever the Bolognese or whatever his name is?
Yeah. The Canadian population.
Is this Steve Bolognese or whatever the fuck his name is? Max Bolognese? Canadians, I need your help here. Is this like Max Bolognese or whatever the fuck his name is? Like, what's his name? Steve Bolognese. Steve Bologna. What is his name? Canadians, I need your help here. Who is this guy? I've seen this guy before.
Replacement theory, but it
was not a theory, it's a reality. The Canadian population, like the American population, the European population, replaced.
Violent harassment and outright lynchings of Muslims have also become a not so uncommon reality in
No, it's a daily occurrence. It's almost a daily occurrence in India.
Places like Uttar Pradesh and Gujarat, where the BJP and RSS hold an immense amount of political power.
Dude, Godhra riots, Bhagalpur, entire massacres and pogroms. Maxime Bernier. Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's his name. Max Bolognese. Max Bolognese. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to call him by his real name. I'm not going to call him by his name. I'm just going to call him Bolognese. Yes.
Hinduism developed in India within the context of a colonial occupation. By dividing the nation into Hindus and Muslims, Hinduism was used as a uniting factor by the nationalists for the non-Muslim natives of India, who prior to the British invasion wouldn't even have seen each other as one nation state or people. And as a result, you have this creation of a siege Hinduism, a homogenous Hinduism that believes itself to be under attack by the outsiders who took advantage of the passivity and tolerance of the Vedic religions, and now the Hindus must rise to the level of the aggressor and fight to protect the sanctity of their holy land. So how did Hinduism in a Hindu kingdom differ to that of colonial India? Surprisingly, or not so much to some, religion was still used to organize society into a strict hierarchical order that could be utilized by the ruling class to ensure that the lower class are kept divided and subservient. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself, as Nepal had three major historical events that would lead Hinduism to becoming an overarching political institution. The fall of Chittor, the seat of governance of the Mewar kingdom, by the hands of the Delhi Sultanate, brought waves of zealous Rajput refugees into the hills of Nepal. And with that,
oh my God. Rajputs. Of course it's the Rajputs again. I wish Karthik were here for this shit. Karthik would be laughing his fucking ass off at this shit. He's like, he'd be like, of course.
Into the employment of multiple hill kingdoms between the
Arun, please talk about Pragya Thakur in relation to the Malegaon bomb blast case and acquitted of all charges by NIA in July 2025. She also gave hate speech and incited crowd to break Hindu women's legs. Also, hot take, Hinduism is just Brahmanism. I believe I've already talked about Malegaon before. There's probably no video of it though. Yeah, we've talked about Pragya Thakur before. And also, this is not a hot take. It's not a hot take.
12th and 14th century. The Rajput people had a reputation of being proud fighters and shrewd administrators, so they were quickly welcomed into the administrations of many of the hill kingdoms that were scattered throughout Greater Nepal. And as the Rajputs made themselves indispensable to these petty kingdoms, they slowly amassed the political power necessary for some of these petty kingdoms to be taken over completely from the inside. With this came a progressive Sanskritization of not only the states they specifically took absolute control over, but also kingdoms like the Mullas of Kathmandu, who, under King Jayasthiti Mulla, knowingly incorporated the Rajput style of governance, including the division of the entire populace of Kathmandu into 4 distinct castes. The adoption of the caste system by the Mullas was done to allocate the urban housing of the city towards those of the upper caste, while those of the lower caste were pushed to the outskirts. When Prithvi Narayan Shah, the unifier and first king of Nepal, who himself was said to be of Rajput descent, conquered and shifted the capital of his kingdom to Kathmandu in 1768, he adopted the royal banner of Badgaon, introduced by Jayasthiti Mulla, the red banner, as the highest flag. He referred to Nepal as Asli Hindustan, the real land of the Hindus, and as a garden of 4 castes and 36 varnas. He desired national unification based on the premise, one nation, one religion, and one language. Prithvi Narayan Shah was a Khas Kshetri Hindu. The Khas people, originating from the western parts of Nepal, are an Indo-Aryan people who migrated to Nepal somewhere between the 1st millennium BCE and the middle of the 1st millennium CE. Originally followers of the deity Mashto, they later converted to Buddhism, and then finally Hinduism. By the time of Prithvi Narayan Shah, the Khas people had their very own caste system. Split between 2 groups, you were either a thread wearer, a bound Kshetri, or you were a untouchable, a Kami, Damai, Sarki. As more Tibeto-Burman, referred to as the indigenous or Janajati ethnicities, began to become subjugated by the Gorkhali, a new caste in between was created to categorize the Mongoloid tribes, called the alcohol drinkers. By incorporating the conquered ethnicity...
What? What the fuck? No. No, man. No, man. This is... Where else have I heard of a country that... Where else have I heard of a country that literally refers to its indigenous people as alcoholics? What other country have I heard, or countries rather, have I heard where they refer to their indigenous people as alcoholics? Get the f out of here. See, this goes to show you. This goes to show you that we ain't so different after all. That we're not so different after all.
By the Gorkhali, a new caste in between was created to categorize the Mongoloid tribes, called the alcohol drinkers. But
also, I know that word is generally a slur for people with Down syndrome. In this particular case, they're talking about like East Asian look. He's talking about East Asian looking people. He's talking about like Tibeto-Burman tribes, basically. Tibeto-Burman slash, I think also Thai Kadai. I know before you get on his case for saying, you know, that word, he means Tibeto-Burmans. He means people that look Mongolian, okay? It like that's and speak Tibeto-Burman languages, okay? Get off his case. He is Nepali, man. He's Nepali, man. He gets to say that. He's talking academically here, okay?
By incorporating the conquered ethnicities within the caste structure, caste became a fundamental part of the new kingdom's administration, with demotion to a lower caste being a valid form of punishment within the state. In 1846, Jung Bahadur Rana would consolidate complete control of the country under the title of Prime Minister, leaving the Shah kings as mere...
Different in that the colonizers gave alcohol to them while these people brewed it themselves. Yes. In the case of in the case of America and Canada, indigenous Americans were basically just shoved alcohol down their throat, whereas these guys drink alcohol like on their own. Does it have to be Tibeto-Burmese languages, or does anyone that just looks East Asian? I mean, generally speaking, I mean, I think it has to be Tibeto-Burmese languages, I think. Tibeto-Burmese language speakers. I think it has to be. Because there are like people that look typically East Asian in Nepal that speak Nepali. Like Kaskura. Like Nepali language.
Figureheads until 1951. The most far-reaching legacy of Jung Bahadur Rana is the Mulki Ain. The Mulki Ain, translated to the National Code, would be the basis for the legal administration.
Muluki Ain. Muluki. Muluki, by the way, is an Arabic word, for the record. Muluki is an Arabic word. And Ain is also an Arabic word, for the record. These are both Arabic words, and just letting you know. Ain in Urdu means constitution, I'm pretty sure. And Muluki, mulk means nation. It goes to show you how ridiculous this idea of like Hindu nationalism is, right? Like the very concept of Hindi was created by a bunch of like, what do you call it? Sensitive people, sensitive losers that wanted to purge what is basically the Urdu language of Persian, Arabic, and Farsi words. That's how Hindi was born. Hindi is not a real language. Hindi's not a real language. Hindi's not an actual language. Hindi was literally born from Hindu nationalists and colonizers that wanted to purge the actual language spoken there, which is basically what we now call Urdu, of Persian and Arabic words. Like 100 years ago, what is it, 2025? 100 years ago, 110 years ago, people didn't write using the Devanagari script for that language. They wrote in the Perso-Arabic script. No one would have written all of this in the Devanagari script, man. Hindi was written in the Urdu script, in the Perso-Arabic script.
And economic system of Nepal until 1963. It was the combination of the three different castes.
Ain is Urdu as well. Damn, in Assamese, Ain is code or law. Yeah, Ain is in Urdu, yes. The only reason I know is because I asked a Pakistani friend of mine how they call their constitution. In Hindi, I think constitution is Samvidhan.
Systems that existed within the kingdom. The Khas caste system brought by the Gorkhali, the Newari caste system found in Kathmandu established by Jaistiti Molla, and the Madhesi caste system found in the border regions between India and Nepal. It was also the evolution of...
Madhesi, by the way, is basically Bhojpuri and Maithili speakers on the border of Bihar and UP. That's basically Samvidhan, yes. That's how that's how you say the Constitution in Hindi. In Urdu, it's Ain, I'm pretty sure. In Tamil, we just say Sattam. Sattam is law.
TV Narayan Shah's
We say
belief that
Sattam.
Nepal would be ruled under one king, under one language, and under one religion. By giving some Janajati a higher status than others, even within their own community.
What the caste group of the non-enslavable. What the fuck? Caste group of the wearers of the holy cord. Upadhyaya Brahmin, Rajput, Jaisi Brahmin, Chetri, Deobhaju, Newar Brahmins, Indian Brahmin, ascetic caste, Sannyasi, lower Jaisi, various Newar castes. Caste group of the non-enslavable alcoholic drinkers. Magar, Gurung, Sunuwar, and other Newar castes. Caste group of the enslavable alcoholic drinkers. Bote, Tibetanids and some Tibetanoids. Chepang, E, Kumal, Potter. I don't know what any of these words are. Oh my fucking God.
Ranas would create a loyal upper class that would work.
Oh my fucking God.
Work with them in the administrative positions with
impure but touchable castes, untouchable castes. Why are they called alcohol drinkers? Because they drink alcohols. Mlecha, no, mlecha mean no. You're misunderstanding. Mlecha doesn't mean European. No, mlecha doesn't mean European. Mlecha in general is foreigner. That's what that means. Arasilamaipu. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, you're right. It is Arasilamaipu. I forgot the word. Constitution is Arasilamaipu. Yes. Arasil is politics. Amaipu is like, I don't know how to describe what that word is. Arasilamaipu. That's how you say it. I forgot the word for constitution. It's Arasilamaipu Chattam. That's how you say it.
in the government. This would also lead to state-sanctioned religious persecution, like the banishment of Buddhist monks and forced Hinduification.
Do you become that caste just from drinking? No. 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 So the thing is, indigenous people in Nepal, that is the Tibeto-Burman speakers of Nepal, drink alcohol. They brew their own alcohol. They brew their own alcohol.
This would also lead to state-sanctioned religious persecution, like the banishment of Buddhist monks and forced Hinduification of the Janajati ethnicities. Hinduism would become a unifying ideology of Nepal. Those at the top, the thread-wearing castes and the touchable Janajati, would enjoy more rights.
Non-enslavable. This will never be not crazy to me. This will never not be crazy to me. The fact that there is something called a non-enslavable alcoholic drinker caste. That is absurd to me. That's insane. I will never Nepal manages to outdo India in some regards with regards to racism. Seriously, I'm shocked. Do you realize how crazy you have to be to give India a run for its money? God damn. You have to, dude, do you realize how crazy you have to be to give India a run for its money? The racism king of the subcontinent?
and freedoms, like the freedom to own land and later to give their children an education outside of their caste-based employment, while those of lower caste would be barred from social mobility and forced to erase aspects of their cultural identity, replacing it with the dominant Hindu culture.
This is what Sanskritization is, by the way. This is what Sanskritization is.
For the ousting of the Rana dynasty by democratic forces led by the Nepali Congress, Nepal would have a short-lived democratic period, ending in 1961 with King Mahendra's dissolution of parliament, taking absolute control of the country.
Mahendra's speech banning political parties blamed parties for focusing more on party politics than building the nation.
प्रशासन यन्त्रको पुनर्गठन र सुधार गर्ने नाउँमा भएका मनमानी कार्यवाहीहरूबाट प्रशासन यन्त्र नै ठप्प बन्द हुने अवस्थामा पुगेको सबैलाई थाहै भएको कुरा हो। जनताको पीर मर्का र बाधा जस्ताको तस्तै रह्यो।
This period, known as the Panchayat era, lasted 30 years, and one of the hallmarks of the absolute monarchy would be the promotion of nationalism, a continuation of the Rana's Hinduification campaign of the nation. Under the slogan Ek Raja, Ek Bes, Ek Bhasa, one king, one dress, one language, Khaskura, Khas language, would be promoted as the lingua franca of the nation, as attempts to preserve and teach indigenous culture and language was seen as fostering communalism and anti-Nepali. The genuine basis for fascism is the petty bourgeoisie. After the dissolution of the Panchayat government in 1991, Nepal was thrust into the world of bourgeois democracy. With this jump into a new era came the reorganization of the, at the time, two largest political parties. Nepali Congress, Nepal's first political party, would go on to court the new comprador bourgeoisie and the old traditional land-owning classes that formerly benefited from the absolute monarchy of the Panchayat era. With this welcoming of the exploiting classes, Congress became the party of the elites. So, as a response, many of the small urban proletariat, the larger non-landowning peasantry, the national bourgeoisie, combined with the new petty bourgeoisie made up of the semi-autonomous landowning peasantry, would find refuge in the newly formed Communist Party of Nepal, United Marxist-Leninists, or YMALE. The reality of the petty bourgeoisie within the context of the class struggle, they can be swayed to either the direction of the proletariat or the bourgeoisie. To bring the petty bourgeoisie to its side, the proletariat must win its confidence, and for that, it must have confidence in its own strength.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with this, but
its confidence, and for that, it must have confidence in its own strength. Throughout the period of Nepal's Maoist revolution, the victory of the Maoists throughout Nepal's vast rural infrastructure would shift sympathies of Nepal's indigenous and Dalit proletariat and petty bourgeoisie towards the side of the Maoists. When they murdered landlords or evicted them from villages, they created an atmosphere of terror. But there were also many instances when indigenous and lower caste groups genuinely felt a sense of liberation. The rebels earned gratitude and support when they punished those who perpetuated discriminatory customs.
The Maoists won. Yeah, the Maoists won, but the Maoist party became completely bourgeoisie, became useless. That's the thing that people don't realize. The Maoists won, but then they devolved into another bourgeoisie party. They didn't keep their promises. Yeah, exactly. They didn't keep their promises and they devolved into another national bourgeoisie party.
And that faith within the Maoists carried over.
How about that communist state in India? Oh, you mean Kerala? Oh, you mean Kerala, where they ended extreme poverty? Why don't you go and ask Adivasi people in Kerala? Why don't you go and ask like Attapadi Kurumba? You mean like Attapadi Kurumba, Irula and all the indigenous people of Kerala, how they're doing, how extreme poverty has been abolished? Why don't you go and ask them? That's bullshit. They did not end extreme poverty. That's bullshit. They did not do that. I don't buy that for a second. We have Malayalis in the chat that live in Kerala. Like, what do you mean? It's bullshit. I mean, I don't know. I just keep seeing reports about it. Yeah, the CPIM is saying that shit, But you don't take everything that the CPIM says at face value. Just like any other bourgeois party, they fucking lie. They lie a lot. No, they did not abolish, they did not get rid of, they did not destroy extreme poverty in the state. They did not get rid of it. No, man, just ask any indigenous people or any really marginalized Dalit people in Kerala. No, man, poverty is not eradicated. Like, this is silly. So the CPIM is bad. The CPIM is a party that is significantly better than most other Indian parties. This, if you put CPIM versus BJP or Congress, I will tell you, vote CPIM. I will tell you, vote CPIM. If you put CPIM versus, you know what is it? RJD or Samajwadi Party, I'll tell you, vote CPIM. Like, they're another party. The CPIM is another party. Like, don't just be like, oh, CPIM is awesome because they say they're communists or whatever the fuck. No, man, I'm telling you, you have to actually. They're the best available, but still bad. No, they're not the best that's available. There are certain issues that DMK outflanks them on. DMK and VCK outflank CPIM in Kerala on caste. That's what I'm saying. They're not even, but CPIM in Tamil Nadu is actually better than DMK. Have you covered these reports, by the way? Is there like a YouTube video or VOD I can see? I have not covered these reports yet. Because when I do cover these reports, I want to actually have data to, I don't have the data to rebut them. I want to double check and make sure that I can actually counter them. I'm telling you, there's a lot more nuance to it than that. There's a lot more like and Pinarayi right now has been the best CM the state has ever had. Yes, I don't agree. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. I don't disagree that the CPIM is significantly better than many other Indian parties. I totally agree with that. But again, it's relative. That's the point that I'm trying to say. Like, there is no party on this planet that are saviors. There is no party on this planet that will ever be a savior to everyone. Like, that will be a savior to the working class. It's just not how that works.
End of the war, with the 2008 election to the Constituent Assembly being a victory for the newly legalized party, winning 220 seats compared to Congress's 110 and Yemale's 103. But the past 19 years has developed a new petty bourgeoisie, a middle class making up 25 to 30% of Nepal's population, born to a remittance-based economy, educated in English medium private schools, and developing a favorability towards Western-style liberal politics, due to the lack of a genuine revolutionary proletarian party. Nothing destroys the confidence of the middle classes in the working class as temporizing passivity and the absence of the will to struggle. The Yemale and Maobaidis' lack of commitment to the revolutionary cause and open corruption has caused massive polarization amongst the proletariat and the petty bourgeoisie against any form of socialism or Marxism. With this skepticism in place, the new petty bourgeoisie looked to new ideologies outside of mainstream Nepalese politics as a method of fighting back against the tri-party supremacy. With this has come the growth of Nepal's new liberal...
Ravi Lavichane, yep, this guy. Ravi Lavichane, yep, yep.
Party, the Rashtriya Swatantra Party, who won 20 seats in the 2022 general election, and Nepal's premier Hindutva party, the Rashtriya Prajatantra Party, who won 14, a significant growth from the 1 seat they had won in 2017. But within Nepal exist 2 strands of Hindutva, a division which has helped mitigate the growth of a homogeneous national Hindutva movement. Found mainly within the Kathmandu Valley and the greater hill regions of Nepal is the royalist Hindutva. In the same way advocates for Hindutva created a myth...
I can read that. It's in Hindi. No, it's not Hindi. It's Nepali.
17. But within Nepal exists...
No, it's not Hindi. This is Nepali.
2 strands of Hindutva, a division
they
which
use the
helped
same
mitigate
script.
The growth of a homogeneous national Hindutva movement. Found mainly within the Kathmandu Valley and the greater hill regions of Nepal is the royalist Hindutva. In the same way advocates for Hindutva created a myth of a Hindu India before the invasion of Muslims and Christians, so do the royal Hindutva advocates create a myth around the monarch as a stabilizing force that can save the country from the corruption of the tri-party elites. The RPP, who were reported to have accepted funding from India's BJP in 2023, advocate for the reinstatement of the Shah family as sovereigns of the nation and establish Nepal as a Hindu Rashtra, as well as xenophobia against Nepal's growing Christian population, with an indifference and sometimes positive relation with the local Muslim population. The second strand found sometimes positive relation with the local Muslim population. The second strand, found mainly at the Nepal-India border, the Tarai region, is the popular Hindutva. Indifferent to the establishment of the monarchy, this form of Hindutva is similar to the Indian variant, as its main focus is making Nepal into a hegemonic Hindu nation and fighting back against the Muslim threat. Due to the Tarai's close proximity with India, xenophobic conspiracies against the Muslim population have made their way into the local RPP rhetoric, as a local leader of Janakpur in the Madhya province attempted to whip up an outcry in the summer of 2023 over alleged instances of love jihad involving Hindu female students at a local college. When the National Party didn't support and parrot his xenophobic attacks against the Tarai Muslims, he referred to the RPP president, Rajendra Lingden, as a closet secularist who was actively trying to use the Muslims as a vote bank in the Tarai region, rather than launching an assault against them. But as they continue to organize...
That's hilarious. You want to know why that's so stupid? Because even the Hindutva party in Nepal is like, wait, what do you mean? Like, Muslims are not a problem. Because as he's saying, the Hindutwas, the Hindu nationalists in Nepal are primarily, painting Christians to be the problem. Their main scapegoat right now are the Christians. Right? And Muslims are like, they're not considered a problem for a lot of Hindutwadis in Nepal. So it's very silly, or it's very comical to see like Indian Hindu nationalists try and make it into Nepal and say like, no, these Muslims are the problem. And the Nepali Hindu nationalists are like, what the fuck are you talking about? No. And like, the funny part is that Nepal has no Islamophobia. Again, I'm not Nepali, but my understanding of Nepal's relationship with Muslims is that Muslims in Nepal have been around for an extremely long time, just like the Indian Muslims have as well, right? But my understanding is that there have been there have been no attempts by the ruling forces to polarize against the Muslims in all of Nepal's history. And because there was no interest in the ruling classes to polarize against Muslims, they have more beef with the Christians. Yes. In Nepal, they do. Yes. In Nepal, to my understanding, yes, Hindu nationalists have more problems with Christians than they do with Muslims. But that's also kind of the same case with Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. Hindu nationalists in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh have a bigger problem with Christians. They have a bigger problem with Christians than they do with Muslims. Like in Tamil Nadu, much of the Hindutva rhetoric in Tamil Nadu is actually not anti-Muslim. It's anti-Christian. And the same thing goes for Andhra Pradesh in particular. It's anti-Christian rhetoric. much of the most virulent Hindutva rhetoric in Tamil Nadu is, again, not like, it's not anti-Muslim. It's actually anti-Christian. Because, again, Christians are a larger... Do those areas have Christian populations? Yes. Tamil Nadu's largest religious minority are Christians. It's not Muslims. The largest religious minority in Tamil Nadu. Okay, valid Christians abroad bring trouble. No, man. Don't do this. Blasian, don't do this shit, man. Stop. No, it's not valid, man. It's not valid. These are Tamil Christians. Bro, what do you mean? No, man, it's not valid. Bro, these are Tamil Christians. These are... Stop. God damn it, Americans. Stop. Oh my God, man. You guys need to stop this shit. You guys need to stop feeling sorry for yourselves. Bro, come on, man. You can't self-flagellate like this. Come on, man. Bro. Oh my God. Yeah, the Christians in Tamil Nadu are Tamils. They're Tamil people, man. The Christians in Andhra are Andhra people. The Telugu people, man. Stop. Stop, man. Stop. Bro. Oh my God. Bro, don't do that. Don't do this, man. No, man. That's not, you can't do that. A lot of Christians in Tamil Nadu and Andhra are oppressed caste converts to Christianity, man. Don't do that.
These violent mass protests against the government, the despairing petty bourgeoisie sees in fascism above all a fighting force against big capital, and believes that, unlike the working class parties which deal only in words, fascism will use force to establish more justice.
Okay, this I actually agree with. I actually agree with this, and I actually agree with this. This I agree with.
And as the lack of a revolutionary vanguard...
This I agree. I agree with this shit. I agree. What Trotsky is basically saying is like... What?
Party leads to more of the petty bourgeoisie and proletariat towards the fascist Hindutva ideology. It wouldn't take much to create the conditions to unify these strands of Hindutva under a combined effort to establish the Hindu monarchy at the expense of Nepal's small, yet, in the eyes of the fascists, incredibly powerful religious minorities of Muslims and Christians in the same manner as that of India's BJP.
That's good. I mean, fantastic, straight to the point, no ending. I like this. Very good. I like this. Oh, okay. Okay, you know what? We're not gonna raid anyone today. We're not gonna raid anyone today. You guys can raid whoever you want. You guys can go watch whoever you want, take a break, do whatever you want. We're ending stream for tonight. We're ending stream for now. Okay. Can I ask something? Shoot. What are you gonna ask? What are you gonna ask? Shoot. What's your question? What really? Why does everyone say Uttar Pradesh a lot? What do you mean? Why does everyone say Uttar Pradesh a lot? Uttar Pradesh is a state in India that is one state in India that has about 2/3. That one state in India has about 2/3 of the population of the U.S. It's 200 million people. That one state in India has roughly 200 million people. Why is it a meme? Because it's run by extremely reactionary Hindu nationalist politicians. And it's the most populous state in India. 250 million people there. It's the most populous state in India. It's 250 million people. And so what happens in Uttar Pradesh is that, a lot of that shit affects, surrounding nations, surrounding states. That's why Uttar Pradesh is kind of a meme. We have like UP Wala mods. Okay, we have like dudes from UP that are moderators. Finn Peanut is from UP. Boy Meets Mini is from Uttar Pradesh. UP is a huge state. The most populated and most reactionary. No, it's not the most reactionary. That honor goes to Gujarat. Uttar Pradesh is not the most reactionary state, not by a long shot. That honor goes to Gujarat. Like UP, it's not homogenous. UP is not remotely homogenous. People think it is, but it's not. You have like multiple different languages like that are related to Hindi are spoken there. Bhojpuri, Awadhi, Maithili, Brajbhasha, like all these different languages, Bundeli, Kanauji, like all these different languages related to Hindi are spoken there. Modi is from Gujarat. Yes, Modi is Gujarati. Yes. Modi is from Gujarat. Modi is from Gujarat. Gujarat is the most reactionary state in India by far. Is not even close. Is the most reactionary state in India. UP, the thing with UP is that it's a very reactionary UP has a very huge working class population. UP has a huge working class population. Same thing with Bihar, same thing with Madhya Pradesh, same thing with Jharkhand and all these different states right outside Delhi. Right? Bihar is not outside Delhi, but you know what I mean. Haryana as well. Right? But they can be swayed towards, reactionary thought or progressive thought. Doesn't matter, right? Gujarat, on the other hand, lots of billionaires, like almost every major billionaire is from, like, the biggest billionaires are from Gujarat originally. Like, and Gujarat is like extreme, Gujarat is like a sundown town is probably the best way I would describe that. If you're a Muslim, Gujarat is if you're not like a Dawoodi Bora, if you're not like a Dawoodi Bora Muslim, it's a sundown town. Gujarat is. How the fuck does India have such a massive population? Like going back centuries, it's still so fucking densely populated. We fuck a lot. We fuck. I don't know what other answer you want to that. We just fuck a lot. We fuck. I see why Zoran's family left. No, that's not why Zoran's family left. Zoran's family left Gujarat because I don't know what the history is, but a lot of Gujaratis ended up in Uganda. They were like merchants that worked on behalf of the British, that worked in Uganda, that worked in places like Uganda, that worked in like Rwanda, Eastern Africa, generally speaking. That's how Zoran's family ended up there. This predate. Zoran's father is not from Gujarat originally. Zoran's father is from Uganda. His grandparents went to Tanzania. Exactly. Zoran's father is not from India. Zoran's father is Ugandan. Or like, I think he's Ugandan. What religion did the Sinhalese follow before Buddhism? I don't know. It depends. The people we now call Sinhalese are not like a monolith. The people we call Sinhalese are not a monolith. They're not a monolith at all. It's not like everyone that we call Sinhalese today came from West Bengal or like, I mean, it is a moot question. It is kind of an irrelevant question if I'm going to be honest. All right, I agree with that. But like the people we call Sinhalese are a mix of different people, right? They're a mix of a whole host of different people. So like they're a mix of like, yeah, some of them they can probably trace their origins back to West Bengal or some shit or Bihar or some shit, right? But a lot of people we call Sinhalese, they're basically South Indians. A lot of people we call Sinhalese today are South Indians in origin, right? Like SWRD Bandaranaike's ancestor was Tamil, for the record. One of the largest Sinhalese Buddhist nationalist leaders, one of the most like prominent Sinhalese Buddhist nationalist leaders, if you go back far enough, his ancestor is Tamil. His ancestor is Tamil. If I see a Sinhalese in Canada, he's South Indian like me. Exactly. Sinhalese people are effectively South Indians. That's what they are. They are effectively the same thing as South Indians. Like anyone that thinks otherwise is delusional. They're not you cannot call Sinhalese people North Indians in any meaningful way whatsoever. You cannot say that Sinhalese people today have a lot in common with North India in any meaningful way. You cannot say that. And I'm pretty sure Sinhalese people will tell you that themselves. You cannot say that Sinhalese liberals and shit, Sinhalese liberals and Sinhalese like leftists, right? They'll tell you themselves, they won't claim to be North Indian in origin. The idea that they're Aryans or whatever the fuck is bullshit. This bullshit, right? They're that like, or that they're this long lost glorious civilization. This bullshit. You cannot meaningfully say that the Sinhalese have more in common with North India than they do South India. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That's what the Portuguese told them. That's what the British told them. The British told them that, no, actually, you're Aryans just like us. That's what the British told them. The British told the Sinhalese, British told the Sinhalese, no, you guys are actually Aryans like us. You guys are the same as the North Indians, like the Brahmins and shit. You're Aryans. Aryan is not a real term. It's not a real... There's no one that is an Aryan. Aryan is a fake term made up specifically to justify the British colonization of the subcontinent. That's where the term Aryan comes from. The term Aryan is a Sanskrit word. Arya is a Sanskrit word. The British read, that the British found in the Vedas to specifically justify the colonization of the subcontinent. That's where that term comes from. They said, hey, wait a minute. These people that are speaking like Bengali and Sanskrit and Hindi and Odia and all these different Indo-Aryan languages we call today, they speak a language that's distantly related to most of the European languages. So wait a minute, they must be of the same race as us. That was European race science back then. That was it. That's what they did. They said Aryan. So these guys must come from a similar race, a noble race, an Aryan race, just like us. It's a lie. It's a complete lie. It's a lie that the British came up with to justify the subjugation of the subcontinent. That's it. So it's a complete lie that Sinhalese people are from modern-day Maharashtra. No, Sinhalese people are a fucking mix of everyone. Everyone's mixed. Everyone's mixed, man. Everyone's mixed to some degree. You are most related to the people that are closest to you. That's how that shit works. Especially before cars and planes and shit. All right, man. We're done for today. I'm going to call it. I'm not going to raid out to anyone. We're just going to call it a day. Go watch whoever you want. All right. I'm a bit tired. See you guys.